He said I will sit next to him. He said I will sit next to him. Secretary will.
And who again? Don't worry, once we are there, we will make adjustment. Can I invite him, sir?
Yes, please.
This is the minutes?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, correct.
come in.
IB, send the Siemens in. No, okay. Okay. Huh? I should go? Okay. Ibiba, where is the coordinator? What you are to project is the okay. Thank you. Yes. Hold it. Yellow day. Okay. Okay.
To say 10 minutes, we should work towards 5 minutes.
Okay. All right.
So I think what is targeting, if you can even finish before that.
I think we will. We will. No, because I know you. I know you right now.
As I was coming to him, he knew I was coming to harass him. So he said,
Okay.
That is one is too much. I think
You have two phones.
none of them contains the.
Okay.
I was looking for the report. But
You
it's
can
okay.
talk from the slide.
Yeah, it's fine.
You can talk from that one too.
That one is quite a distance from me.
Move the glasses.
Don't read very well at this. Seriously? For where?
Introduction. Meeting of the Inter-Ministerial on the 7th of March. The glasses to be more convenient.
Yeah, conveniently.
Yep.
Okay. Jacob, who are the people to support Yaman here? Mm. Okay. Obi Juni. Is the Banga living? Abiru, I'll call you shortly. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we settle down, please? The chairman is on seat. The meeting is being called to order now. Please settle down. The acting agency secretary and Mrs. Obijuru. Ningi, yes. and Dr. Maduweke. Okay, sir. Let's have representative of NSA, representative of SGF, Committee on Drug Control, and Chairman Chief Executive of NDLEA. On behalf of the chairman, I welcome you all to this technical session, or what we may want to term as the AGM. And you are implored to please settle down quickly so that, thank you. With the permission of the chairman, may I take the minutes of our last meeting? It has been sent to you, so you may open it on your system. Recall that the meeting was held on the 7th of March 2024, essentially for the following: to review and adopt the National Drug Control Master Plan implementation and monitoring for year 2022. The one-day meeting was held under two segments, chaired by our Chief Executive and Chairman IMC. In the opening segment, we have the highlights of the following highlights. It commenced at 10:30 with an opening prayer, and we had the UNODC representative, we had the ECOWAS representative, then the opening segment closed, just as we have today, tea break, photographs. Then we have the technical segment, which was agenda 6 to 14. We had the overview and adoption of 2020-2022. You will recall that Mr. Kazim Olatunbosun moved the motion for adoption. It was seconded by Mr. Ezekiel Rotimi of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense. We considered agenda item number 8, at the supply reduction strategy pillar. We did the demand reduction by Dr. Maduweke, we had NDCMP, who presented for governance and coordination. Then we have highlights of issues raised during the presentations. I wouldn't want to take too much of your time on that. I believe you are looking at it. If you have any correction, update on the activities implemented in 2023 under governance and coordination strategic pillar. We have that. Then we have brief comments on drug control activities implemented within the year. A discussion of the country's position paper on the implementation of all the commitments reflected in the Ministerial Declaration of 2019 to address the the world drug problems. We have presentation of the NDCMP 2024 Work Plan Agenda, item number 12. Then we have any other business. And Mr. Chairman, sir, that was the report or the minutes of the last meeting.
Thank you very much, Otumba.
Yes.
We'll move right away to the adoption. Is anyone going to move for the adoption of those minutes?
Minutes of last meeting. Somebody who was present, please. Yes, thank you, Mr. Agada.
Yes, to adopt it. Thank you.
Somebody to second. What happened to civil defense this time? Yeah, correctional. Great, correctional. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for ourselves?
Now we'll take a voice vote. Those in support of the adoption of minutes, say aye. Those not in support, say nay.
They didn't come, sir.
So the ayes have it.
Thank you, sir.
We can proceed with the setting of the stage.
And thank you, sir.
The Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and the Chair of the IMC, Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired CONOFR, distinguished members of the IMC, kindly permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I'm here, very delighted to be before this esteemed audience to set the tone for this important meeting, which is aimed to review implementation of the NDCMP 2021 to 2025, and also to set the agenda for the development of the next edition of the National Action Plan. We want to start by reminding ourselves that the drug problem is a global phenomenon. There's hardly anywhere in the world today that does not have its own fair share of the drug problem, which also comes with a high level of interconnectedness. This means that, for example, people who live in Nigeria will take drugs from Nigeria, traffic drugs to other parts of the world. Likewise, people who also live in other parts of the world will bring drugs to Nigeria. People who use drugs in Nigeria will also learn from other people about new drug using habits and new drugs to use, and likewise from other parts of the world. So which means that we impact each other no matter where we are located. So what does this imply? This implies that while developing our strategies, they must be adequate, they must be sufficient, they must be far-reaching and impactful, so that we can address not just our own national problems, but also believing that we're living in a global village. And some of these problems come to us as visitors, come to us through import and export, and vice versa. So it is important for our implementation to have a whole system approach. We want to look at these statements contained in the European Drug Report of 2024, a sister document which is also reviewing the year that we're also going to be reviewing here. It is explained through the 3 E's: everywhere, everything, everyone. The impact of the use of illicit drugs is now seen everywhere in our society, among individuals, families, communities, impacting public health, security, challenges, and overall development. Everything. Increasingly, we are noting that almost everything with psychoactive substances can appear on the drug market and have the potential to be abused as a drug. Everyone, whether directly or indirectly, can be affected by illicit drug use and the problem associated with it. This is Europe in 2024, and you all agree with me that this also resonates with us in Nigeria. So, we want to celebrate activities, our key achievements, since we have been implementing the NDCMP, which we normally do. And this is our digital award ceremony. We see our IMC chair excitedly waiting to give us our medal of honor for all we have done, telling us congratulations, telling us that we are all champions. And these are our logos representing the IMC, and the chairman is urging us that we need to do more in spite of the fact that we have done so well, because the journey is still long and still very tedious. So where are we now? This is a graphic illustration of the history of our journey. We started implementing this NDCMP in 2021, and significantly, that was also when our Honorable Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, assumed duties in NDLA as Chairman and Chair of the IMC. And we see the journey from 2021, and that bus represents the NDCMP, the vehicle driving the National Drug Control Master Plan since 2021. And that is the IMC Chair, driving that vehicle diligently, committedly, passionately, and all of us stakeholders are inside that bus, drawing inspiration from him, drawing motivation from him. We can see the roadmap. It's not been too easy. We can see some curves and some bends, so which meant that we met challenges. We overcame obstacles, but because of his inspiration and motivation, we were able to conquer, and we broke records, we broke barriers, and we set new records. But this is where we are going to. This is our bus stop. All of a sudden, we find ourselves in 2025, and this is where we are going. Improve health and security of all living in Nigeria. Can we proudly state that we have reached this bus stop? Is it yet? Uhuru. Have we accomplished our goals? So moving forward, these are thoughts for us as we deliberate further. Can we say that we have reached this goal? So these are thoughts we take as we continue to deliberate on way forward into the next edition of the plan. We also need to look at some areas of critical attention as we move into developing the next plan. We're working so hard. The chairman is working so hard, and we're all following his cue. But unfortunately, the numbers keep spiking in spite of our hard work. So what do we need to do further? What areas do we need to pay more attention to? One is drugs are found in every community. So we need to scale up our interventions to meet the specific needs of target groups within different community settings. Nigeria has one of the highest youthful populations in the world. This is a blessing and can also be a curse if we don't manage it well, because the young people have potentials to build this country. They have enthusiasm, they have knowledge, they have capacity, they are optimistic. But on the other side of the divide, they are vulnerable to drug use because their brain is still developing. Science has told us that the human brain develops fully between the ages of 21 to 25. So they carry the burden of peer pressure. They carry the burden of adventure. They carry the burden of taking high risk. So we need to scale up our interventions so that we can meet the needs of these young people who constitute about 70% of the population of Nigeria, because we need their potentials to build and develop this country. Another fact is that more women are getting involved in drugs. And what is that? What is the implication when women get involved more in drugs? Women are traditionally caregivers, role models, and life models in communities and families. They actually determine the raw material through the brand and quality of children they raise in families. So when women start taking drugs, we should be worried, because the question is, what quality of children will such women raise in families? And when women use drugs, science has also told us that they get worse consequences than men, because they carry more hormones. Their body retains less water. they have less weight and they have more fatty tissues than men, which makes drug abuse for them. The consequence is very devastating. Women also suffer more when their family members go into drug abuse because the burden of caring for the family rests squarely on their shoulders. They also suffer when their partners and their husbands and their family members also are incarcerated for drug trafficking and other offenses. So we need to scale up gender-specific interventions for women because they are also very pivotal in national building. We also need to look at the issues of lower age brackets of drug users. Children are going into drug use now between the ages of 9, 10, 11, 12 due to heightened socioeconomic problems, due to breakdown in family structures, due to loss of values. And science has told us that we don't have adequate treatment protocol for children who use drugs. So we need to scale up intervention because a child that uses drug, the consequences is graver than adults. And I liken this to the situation where a Dangote truck full of cement is passing through a bridge that is still under construction. That truck is drug abuse. That bridge is the child. That is what drug abuse does to the body and brain of a young child. And we still need their potentials because they are part of the youth. So, research is also telling us that 18.3 million children are out of school by UNICEF data of 2024. So when these children are out of school, where are the likely places they will be? They will be in drug joints. They will be in places where they are introduced to cultism. They will be in places where they are involved in kidnapping, in banditry, in armed robbery, in commercial sex work. And these are activities that they need drug abuse to be able to perform. So we need to get them back to the homes. We need to get them back to the classrooms. Through our interventions, we need to give them skills and education. Also, data tells us of the International Labour Organization of 2022 that over 24 million children are in child labor in Nigeria. And when children are in child labor, they are introduced to a lifestyle they are not used to because their body, their brains, their mental and emotional capacity are not ready for this hard task they are going through. And these children, most times they turn to substances to cushion the effect of drugs on their body. And also in those factories, in those homes where they are working as domestic servants, on the streets where they are hawking at ungodly hours, they are also exposed to drug abuse. So we need to focus on these children who are on the streets performing child labor. We need to build up interventions to help them and save them and give them dignity and give them hope. We also need to look at the issue of challenges of non-psychoactive substances because they are easily available, affordable, and accessible. And these drugs, the consequences impact on the judicial system through prosecution. It impacts on the law enforcement officers through detection and arrest. It impacts on every area of drug control because some of these items are even household items. It impacts on the healthcare system through screening, assessment, and treatment protocol. So we need to bring more light on this. We also need to look at the implications of polydrug use, then injecting drug use, increasing the risk of HIV, AIDS, and hepatitis. The National Drug Use Survey of 2018 reports that 1 out of every 5 high-risk drug users injects drugs using needle and syringes, thereby escalating the transmission of blood-borne diseases such as HIV and hepatitis. So we need to look into this. If we want to achieve that goal of improved health and security for all living in Nigeria, we need to look at the issue of drug abuse and co-occurring mental health disorder, which is getting on the increase. Substance use disorders and mental health issue suffered at the same time by the same person. We also need to put our searchlight and develop interventions that will help these people who are going through 2 major health problems. We also need to look more into globalization and technologies, which is complicating different components of drug control. The criminals are getting very technologically inclined. They are beating us to it. So we need to be there. We need to be in front of them. We need to develop interventions to enhance technological capacities so that even if they get to the moon, we will get there to get them. They want to evade arrest. They don't want us to get to their properties because they want to continue to live that lavish lifestyle they are living through trafficking in drugs and other drug-related offenses. We also need to go into the communities because there's a new drug lifestyle. The drug culture is becoming cool and acceptable. Those days when people want to use drugs, they go far into the bush. But now what we have, we call them waka waka smokers because they smoke drugs on the road, in bus stops, in garages, even inside their homes where children are. So we need to scale up our community-based interventions. We need to scale up our sensitization interventions. We need to get a good army of people to be on our side of the divide, soldiers and disciples, so that they will go ahead with us. So as we deliberate, we need to look more at national ownership, resource mobilization, evaluation for impact assessment, and research. So I leave us with the words of an American business magnate, Henry Ford, who said, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. I wish you all successful deliberation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Biba. That's a very comprehensive setting of the stage. And I know some of those items that you discussed will come back under item 9, overview of the national drug control response. There's something there that you mentioned regarding availability of drugs. I think Nigeria may be the only civilized country today where, even though the law, the newly enacted Pharmacists Council of Nigeria Act, I think it was signed into law maybe 2 years or 3 years ago, stipulates that you must get prescription when you go to the pharmacy. But in Nigeria, the patient himself walks into the pharmacy and prescribes. He will tell the people, I need such and such and such. And that's an area that I would like to hear what the Ministry of Health has to say in the course of our deliberations under item 9. Now let's move quickly to the brief presentation of the 2023 draft monitoring report.
This is the presentation on the year 2023 NDCMP annual monitoring report. For want of time, this is the purpose. We all know this is the methodology used to ensure data quality, reliability, and accuracy. The methodology combined quantitative and qualitative data using structured reporting templates with key questions, data collection from reporting entities within timelines, and rigorous data cleaning and validation process. We won't go through all these because they are in the reports and they're also in the NDCMP. So these are the analysis that was made with the reports we got from the different MDAs. So under the supply reduction pillar for 2023, out of 49 activities outlined, we completed 15 and 34 are in progress, and we did not have any activity that we did not commence. Under the DDRD pillar for 2023, out of the 58 activities outlined for implementation, 32 were completed, 19 in progress, and 7 not started. The third pillar, access to controlled medicines for medical and scientific purpose. Out of 39 activities outlined, 13 were completed, 24 in progress, and 2 not commenced. Under governance and coordination pillar, out of the 26 activities outlined for implementation, 7 were completed, 9 in progress, and 10 not started. So we tried to do summary analysis between 2022 and 2023, and we have the same number of activities to be implemented. For 2022, number of activities completed 10. For 2023, 15. That's under the supply reduction pillar. Number of activities in progress, 33. In 2023, 34. Number of activities not done, 6. Number of activities not done in 2023, 0. So there was significant improvement in the number of activities completed in progress and not started. So this is DDRD between 2022 and 2023. We have the same numbers of activities outlined for the 2 years. For 2022, 10 not completed. For 2023, completed 38. 39 in progress in 2022, 19 in progress in 2023, 9 not commenced in 2022, 7 not commenced in 2023. There was significant improvement in the number of activities completed, in progress, and not started. Access to controlled medicines for medical and scientific purpose between 2022 and 2023. Total number of activities, 32 for 2022, 39 for 2023. completed 8 for 2022, 13 for 2023, in progress 12 for 2022, 24 in 2023, not started 12 in 2022, 2 in 2023. There was significant improvement in the number of activities completed, in progress, and not started. Under governance, 2022, we have 28 activities outlined, 26 outlined for 2023, 8 completed in 2022, 7 in 2023, 14 in progress in 2022, 9 in progress in 2023, not done 6 in 2022, 10 in 2023. There was significant improvement in the number of activities in progress, while no significant improvement was recorded in the numbers completed and not done. These are the list of MDAs that provided reports for 2023. We had 22. If you go to the annual monitoring report, which has been shared to you, soft copy, you'll see on page 56 and 57, the MDAs, the full list of the MDAs that are submitted. The key learnings and recommendations can also be found on pages 47 and 48 of the report. Identified challenges from the Secretariat. Still, we're talking of inadequate coordination between lead and partnering agencies, untimely submission of reports, partial completion of the reporting template, certain columns are not filled, like reasons for gap and plans for further actions. Most times they come empty, inconsistent participation of some MDAs in IMC meetings and other implementation engagements as a result of non-appointment of focal persons after transfer or retirement, lack of proper handing over between focal persons, which challenges the functioning of the newly appointed officials, focal persons unable to properly perform monitoring and reporting tasks due to inadequate capacity, the need to develop and implement organizational strategic plans drawn from the NDCMP. We have recommendations from the Secretariat, lead agencies to ensure timely collation of reports from partnering agencies for submission to the Secretariat, focal persons to ensure that all required columns on the reporting template, we've talked about that, lead agencies to strengthen collaboration with partnering agencies through review meetings and other collaborative actions, continuous capacity building programs for staff of the NDCMP Secretariat, focal persons and other stakeholders such as monitoring and reporting and other related topics. MDAs to ensure that proper handing over is conducted between incoming and outgoing focal persons. Also, details of the newly appointed focal persons to be promptly forwarded to the Secretariat for records and further actions. Exploring innovation to unlock potentials and opportunities is required for all of us to enhance the implementation of the NDCMP. 2024. 2024.
Yeah, we'll take one at a time.
Okay.
This 2023. Thank you very much. You can see that you delivered it at speed to meet the target time. You've done very, very well as far as that's concerned. Now, this is the 2023 monitoring report, which I'm sure you've all read. And I would just draw attention to some of the challenges that she mentioned and the recommendations. Of course, I know the challenge of budget. Almost all the agencies, ourselves inclusive, have that worry. And so we are not able to meet up everything. But this is not mathematics. It's not about exact numbers. We find a number of things are ongoing. I'm going to invite comments, beginning with the lead agencies, but the comments I'm asking for are only on the 2023 monitoring report. If you think there's something there that ought to not be there, or there's something that you remember 2023 that ought to have been there, that's the point of these comments. Other discussions will come under item 9, where we would actually spend a good 1 hour to see how to review the entire drug control of the country, and you can give your own inputs there. But this now is going to be just limited to the 2023. And if I call you and there's really nothing to add or subtract from the 2023 report, you just say there's no comment, and we move to the next. So we start with the NDLEA. Is there any comment on the 2023 report? Dogi? Anything? All right.
Very little to say when it comes to
Yeah, that's going to be on the other, on the item 9. Okay. Ministry of Health. Yes, nothing there. NAFDAC. Okay. NACA. Ministry of Education. Okay. Now, General, is there anyone who has any comment on it? Otherwise, we'll move quickly for the. You want to say something on the 2023? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I think my observation from the presentation is on the challenges. And one of the key challenges is the issue of coordination. And the essence of this meeting is that coordination. But what is really happening, we don't really know why coordination will become a factor when we have a meeting like this where we should coordinate. And I think some of the answers too are also embedded in those challenges, where we have inconsistent representation from different IMC members. So all of us who are here, I think what we should take back home is to see how we can have a focal person in any of these members to ensure timely cooperation, reporting of activities, and also challenges that you have seen in your own agencies, and some of the pillars you are driving, what we should do to ensure that we carry on with those pillars effectively. I think it behoves on all of us here, since we're all here this morning, to ensure that we coordinate and try to synergize effectively to drive the NDCMP. It's not just one agency, it's all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Shall we move for the adoption of the 2023 report as presented? Any mover? Someone who was in attendance? Can be from NDLE. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you very much, Dan Ladi. Any seconder? Thank you very much, NAFDAC. We will put it to a vote, voice vote. Those in support of the adoption of 2023 monitoring report, say aye. Those not in support, say nay. That report for 2023 is adopted.
2024.
Please present 2024.
Okay. This is the NDCMP annual monitoring report for year 2024. There might not be need, as I said earlier, to go into all those the outcomes. So we're starting from the supply reduction pillar. So in 2024, out of 47 activities outlined for this pillar, 17 were completed and 30 are in progress. And none was not, we started all the activities. Under the drug demand reduction pillar, 56 activities were outlined for implementation, 10 were completed, 39 are in progress, and 7 have not started. Under the third pillar, access to controlled medicines, out of the 39 activities outlined, 18 were completed, 13 in progress, and 8 not started. Under the governance and coordination pillar, out of the 36 outlined, 8 were completed, 9 in progress, and 9 not started. So as usual, we did a summary comparison between 2023 and 2024. Total activities 2023 under the supply reduction pillar 49, for 2024 47, activities completed 15, 2024 17, activities in progress 2023 34, in 2024 30, activities not done in 2023 0, not done in 2024 0. There was modest improvement in the number of activities completed, in progress, and not started. Under the DDROD pillar between 2023 and 2024, 2023 total number of activities 58, for 2024, 56. Completed in 2023, 32. Number of activities completed in 2024, 10. Number of activities in progress, 19. Number of activities in progress in 2024, 39. Number of activities not done, 7 in 2023. Not done, 7 also in 2024. There was no significant improvement in the number of activities completed, in progress, and not done. Access to controlled medicine, the third pillar for 2023 and 2024, total number of activities, the same, 39 for both years. Activities completed, 13 in 2023, 18 in 2024. Activities in progress, 24 in 2023, 13 in 2024. Not done, 2 in 2023, not done, 8 in 2024. There was significant improvement in the number of activities completed and in progress, while no improvement was recorded in the number not done. For governance and coordination pillar 2023 and 2024, we have the same number of activities outlined for implementation 26. Completed 7 in 2023, in 2024, 8. In progress, 9 in 2023, the same in 2024. Not done, 10 in 2023, not done, 9 in 2024. There was modest improvement in the number of activities completed, while no improvement was recorded in the number in progress and not started. List of MDAs, we just have one addition, 23 here as against 22 in the other report. So we also see pages 46 for the full list, and key learnings also in the 2024 annual monitoring report. We see key learnings and recommendations on pages 51 and 53. There's no point repeating this because it is the same perennial challenges and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibiba. And like we did for the 2023 draft monitoring report, I would like to invite comments, if any, on the 2024 report. The NDLE, is there anything you want to say on it? Minister of Health, NAVDAC, NACA, Minister of Education. Does anyone have any comments on the 2024 draft monitoring report that has just been presented? Okay, we now move for the adoption of the 2024 report. Is there anyone willing to move it? Nobody who was in attendance who wants to move for the adoption of the report, because everyone here accepts the reports by not commenting on it. So we just want someone, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ngozi Madubike, who has moved for the adoption of the report. Any seconder? I can assure you all that there's no danger to it.
To be a seconder. to be a seconder.
All right. Thank you very much, Salman, for seconding the report. We'll put it to a vote. Those in support, please say aye. And those not in support. So the ayes have it. 2024 report is also now adopted. We will move now. Of course, this will be coordinated by Otumba, but first let me say that the next item, the overview of the National Drug Control Response with respect to the NDCMP as a lifespan, is the most critical part of the meeting today. As we all know, the challenge of drug use in Nigeria some, myself inclusive, believe that it is the most worrisome problem facing us in this country. Now, of course, there are other problems, but there are parts of Nigeria that you will go today that you will mention Boko Haram, and they're going to tell you, that's not East. You know, concern also. There are some parts that you talk about militancy, about pipelines, breakage, and so on, and they're going to say, there's nothing like that here. It's south, and so on. But the drug challenge is everywhere. There's no community. There are families that are suffering in silence. Parents are afraid of their own children. We have very senior members of society that come to us. As a minister, he came to me that he can't go to bed until his son comes back, enters his room, and he's sure that he has gone in. There's a particular interesting case of a parent who wanted us to take the son in for treatment. Treatment is voluntary, but we're empowered by the law to compel someone to go in if he's a danger to himself or his family. And the parents want us to take the son, but they don't want the son to know that he's the one that called us. So we arranged, and then when we went there, the parent was telling the son, why are they, who invited these people? so that for his own safety. We have children. The mother has the child. The child has the mother. I need 10,000 naira. And the mother says, but I just gave you 20,000 yesterday. And I don't have it. And the child goes to the kitchen, picks a knife, and slaughters the mother. We've had all that drugs, because when you're addicted, you need to buy the drugs. And if the money is not immediately available, you can do anything, stealing and other things. We also know that there's a nexus with all the kidnapping going on, terrorism, all the Boko Haram insurgents and so on. What propels them is the drugs. They have to have access to the drugs. So the drug thing is a very, very serious matter. And certainly in the last 4 years, we have all done our best. And I'm here not speaking of just the NDLEA, but all the agencies, each on its various pillars, and other partners and stakeholders. We have done our best, and I must say that best, even though we have not yet reached there, it's something to commend. And I think we should all clap for ourselves for the efforts so far. The Office of National Security Advisor have been working closely and helping us. Even now, there's a partnership going on with them in our command in Port Harcourt. The armed forces have been with us on some of our operations, which we appreciate, and so on and so forth, all the agencies. And if we look at the last 4 years, we've seized over 10 million kilograms of assorted substances. That's a huge number of seizures. We've been able to make arrests of over 62,000 within this period, including 68 barons. We don't only go after the small people, it will go to big pins wherever they are. Sometimes we have to play the game with them. The Baron calls, send some drugs to Murtala Mohammed Airport with his lead mule. He arrives and he says, please help us to clear. I think we have maybe $20,000 or something. And then we say, no, 20,000 is not enough. Make it 30 and we'll clear it. He said, okay, I'll call my boss in Brazil. And eventually the boss says, okay, give 25. When I come, I give the balance. We have to do some things to bring that man from Brazil to come, and then we arrest him, and so on. We always go after the kingpins, not just the small people. Our legal department has done extremely well, and we've convicted in 4 years 11,628. That's a pretty high, high number. And our counseling treatment centers, we have 30 so far, 30 states. But at the end of this budget year, God willing, every state will have a counseling and rehab center. So there's going to be 7 more. And we're going to do zonal. We're going to start zonal rehabilitation centers also. The IMC, of course, is the structure-wise is the highest body on drug control. But below, state drug control committees and further down, cascading to local government, drug control committees and communities. We've been pushing for this. When the first ladies of states came for their training, we tried to appeal to them when they go back as mothers of their states to make sure that these things cascade down to communities, because everybody is involved. And when the whole of society, the traditional rulers, the clergy, the youth groups, women groups, education, schools, and so on and so forth, drug tests, we urge parents. Parents, everything starts from the home. And we're urging parents to themselves buy drug control, drug testing kits from our commands at very modest rates so that you can catch it early from your families, your children. When you see that something seems to be out of place with the child, don't look away. You have to confront it before it leads to the next level, which is addiction. And from there, you have a psychiatric case in your hand, and everybody has a worry. We do know that the drug phenomenon worldwide is like a hydra monster. When you cut one head, 2 come out. Because I'm sure everyone is as surprised as we are sometimes with the seizures that we make. You see it every week, and arrests. Yet it doesn't stop, isn't it? You would think that these people will say, they've caught this one, oh, it may be my turn next, but they don't, it keeps coming. So this particular item on our agenda today, I would like us to make positive contributions, like a review of how you see it, your own ministerial or agency or departmental contributions. What have you done and what do you think needs to be done to help? In concluding my remarks, I would like to inform, just to expand what the special guest of honor said about the amendment. We do have the amendment finally passed by the National Assembly, and it is right there in the on the president's desk amongst those other acts. I'm sure that will be there just for him to sign. And one of the areas great interest to us has to do with the provision in the amended act that removes the option of fine. That option of fine has been a big problem. We've had people who have committed quickly. We have a person here arrested as the airport commander, arrested here in the Abuja International Airport. He swallowed 2 kilograms. He was prosecuted, and they told him pay 3 million and go. So he quickly paid 3 million, went straight, since we've seized his passport, he got a police report, missing passport, affidavit, and back collected another new passport. And now quickly flew to Addis Ababa and collected, this time, I said 2 kilograms, about 90 or so pellets. He collected 800 pellets there from other mules that had gone there and came back with it. Because 3 million. And he walked away free. We've arrested him again, of course. And we hope this time we're going to nail him for good. But we've had fines of 3,000 naira, 5,000 naira. And in 2022, we had the largest seizure of 2.1 of cocaine, valued at over $300 million. 5 of them were arrested. I can tell you 3 were given fine. They walked away. Only 1 went to jail and so on. So we're very excited with this amendment. And there are other things there that will help our operations to succeed. So in opening the discussions, Otumba, can hear from them at 5 minutes so that we can meet time. That's the lead agencies. The others that you wish, you can just speak briefly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, I believe our chairman has laid enough foundation for you to know that this is the point at which we must all wake up to make contribution to this meeting. We cannot, at your level, come to a meeting like this and you still go back with the same wrong information that you have. Please clear all information that you have in mind. You are part of this war. Can we have NDLEA? Yes. Please come. Yeah. Sure.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues, this is a technical session, and believe you me, my presentation will also be a little bit technical. The chairman has graciously and generally addressed all the issues. What I intend to do in the 5 minutes allotted to me is to look at the issues about supply reduction and bring out the linkages so that when it comes to Q&A, you discover that some of the issues that you may likely arise will be answered. It is wide and it is very difficult to cover in these 5 minutes. But the number one outcome in supply reduction is disruption of drug trafficking. And to me, that is the core. So if you want to do this disruption business, therefore, if you look at the working document and then the activity there, one item there is intelligence-led operation. And so why did we choose intelligence-led operation? What was the aim? What did we intend to achieve? And based on the result that I'm going to turn out now, you will see, have we actually achieved very well? Is the intelligence-led operation working? The chairman told us the number of parents that we arrested. And the basic reason for intelligence-led mode of operation or policing is that you target the high group, the middle and the high group. It is not that the ones in the lower rank are not, yeah? Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? So the intelligence-led operation, what it is all about is intelligence-led operation is all about collecting, organizing. It's all about collecting, organizing, and utilizing intelligence for operational and tactical decisions. And the aim is to reach out to cartels and then disrupt them. So you disrupt cartels and then look for the prolific offenders. And so what have we done? Officers in the NDLEA have been trained in this model. Don't worry, I'll get close. I'll get close. So officers in NDLEA have been trained in this model. And then the UNODC coordinated training to involve some of the LEAs. And so we can say comfortably that that is where we are, intelligence mode. But it is erroneous. It is wrong to assume that NDLEA or any organization whatsoever is 100% intelligence-led. But the preponderance of our operation is intelligence-led. And that what makes us intelligence. That's why we're into this intelligence-led operation. Now, after the intelligence-led operation, what are we seeing? Going after barons. Unlike in the past, where the couriers are picked and picked and picked and picked. At the end of the year, you have large number of couriers, but very little barons to present. Now we have large number of barons who have been arrested because we have not all, we use the couriers, and through the couriers, we can get out to the barons. Now, the media is also part of the disruption process. Why do we use the media? You know, in the past, for those of you who have been in the NDLEA, the media is seen more as one secluded and isolated units. So Nigerians who are our masters, who have hired us to do this job, sometimes don't even get to know what we are doing. Now, for every aspect of our operation is known. Every aspect of our operation is known to all Nigerians. And then we have feedback. And DMA is here, is aware. Now, the online questions that you send from Shagamu, Zongero, Enugu, wherever, any question you send will give you answer in less than 24 hours. Because the moment we get, I send it to the commander involved and said, give me feedback, back to me on this. And so you can see that the NDLEA today has the most vibrant media in Nigeria. We do not. Okay, because I've not started and I had the bell, so my mind just skipped. So let me, since I know that is what it is, before the bell comes again, let me just quickly rush. You know, we have approached this in a manner that it is holistic. We have arrested, and then we have prosecuted, and we have diligently investigated almost all the cases we have arrested, and we have results to show for it. And then the NDLEA seized over 2.7 million kg of drugs, and then we also arrested 17,000 offenders, and then convicted 3,000 suspects, counseled 7,600, and rehabilitated 1,000 clients. That result speaks for itself. Now,
Okay, that's just 1 year.
That's for
last
2024. Yes, I'm quoting for 2024. One interesting area, sir, that I think, Chairman, sir, you may wish to give me additional 1 minute to explain, is this relationship between illicit production of meth and psychotropic substances, and then why are we here? Sir, in 2011, January 2011, from January to March, we noticed large movement of ephedrine and pseudoephedrine and a lot of seizures. And then we were concerned. Those of us who were compiling the result knew that there was something sinister. What it was, we didn't know. So sometime at the end of 2011, somebody came with an information that there was something going on in Monkey Village in Lagos and that he wanted NDLA to come and check. We went there and then the man was arrested, and that was the first meth lab in Nigeria. How to dismantle the lab, we have no idea. Who to approach, we didn't know. Until we spoke to Lambskin, the American DA attaché then, who now said that a special unit in the United States who will be invited to come and examine the lab. From that lab, sir, in 2011, now we have, by going by my record, 20 labs discovered and seized. So what is this? And then since we have discovered this is the problem, what effort did we make to make sure that the problem has been tackled and wrestled down? One of the most strategic things we did, with the support of the chairman chief executive, was the signing of MOU with NAFDAC. To me, NAFDAC in this case are our strategic partner. And then the MOU spelled out clearly who does what and when. And focal points have been appointed, and we've been talking to ourselves. This morning we spoke. So we are on this. Did we only stop there on this? No. We have equipment, sir. As I'm talking to you now, anybody who is moving chemicals to any part of the globe is under our watch. Because NDLA is online with precursor identification control system PICS. We are online 24 hours. If you like, go and buy chemical anywhere. Apart from this, did we encounter challenges? Yes, we did. One of the issues that is still bothering us, and you hear that some organizations don't submit reports, and so we see it in the field, for instance, and what we get on daily basis. So there is still this territorial talk, these interagency rivalries, and I keep wondering, while the bad guys are coming together, the law enforcement officers are staying adrift. It's a very big challenge. And how did we do it in 2024? We discovered that yes, rivalry is a barrier. And so what do we do it? Training together, joint operations, you break that barrier. And so far, we can speak one-on-one with almost all our counterparts in the other law enforcement agencies. Related to this is the problem we're having up to now with transfer of cases. The police will arrest and then transfer 2, 3, or 1 week. The custom will arrest and transfer 2, 3 days. The danger with the technical nature of drug investigation is that if you arrest and you keep for 2, 3 days, you are already creating a lacuna for us. Because if we go to court, somebody from that organization will have to come to court and explain what happened during that period. And so what we are suggesting, the moment arrest is made, please hand over to us so that we don't break that procedure. In NDLA, we have developed a feedback system, and the agencies are aware now. Once you bring a drug to us, any transfer to us, we give you, the moment the matter is charged to court, we give you the court that it is charged, the reference number of that particular case, so that for you to do follow-up even without us. But at the end, we also give you that this case has been decided by this court and social sentence has been given. We are there, and we hope that others will borrow from this our feedback. Now,
thank you very much, Negi.
I don't want to ask for more minutes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
You've done very well. That's Director of Operations and General Investigation. Yeah. We'll have a quick one from Daffy, Director of Assets and Financial Investigation.
The Chairman, Chief Executive, sir, permit me to respect the existing protocol. On the issues of financial investigation, with the coming of General Marwa, and before he came, we were doing conservative kind of investigation, where the whole of our investigation was rested on only the predicate offense of drug trafficking, neglecting to hit the baron where it pains him most to confiscate his assets and also to seize his monies, which is derived from drug trafficking. But when General Marwa came, the first thing he did was to engage the UNODC to do a capacity building program for officers, investigators, prosecutors, as well as judges. And that is when we now got to know the international best practices, which we now model as the Marwa model of financial investigation. In that model, we do what is called parallel financial investigation in tandem with recommendation 30 of the Financial Action Task Force, which allows the NDLA to start investigation right from the onset on both the predicate offense of drug trafficking and dealing, as well as the confiscation of assets of these criminals. Before the coming of Marwa, the criminals have gone technologically adept and even a step above us, because that time we only knew of only one type of money laundering, which is safe money laundering, only limited to predicate offense of drug trafficking. Unknown to us that there are 5 other money launderings. Safe money laundering, there is also the third-party money laundering, which money launderers use the designated non-financial businesses and professions as a conduit to hide money. There is money laundering using third-party. There's money laundering using corporate vehicle. There's money laundering that has foreign predicate. All this, we have started applying it. If you remember the popular case of Obi Kubana, which we tested the safe money laundering or the standalone money laundering, because our own law says we have right to look into the finances of anybody whose ostensible means of livelihood is not commensurate to his income. And that sent a signal to Nigerians that we have a wide jurisdiction. In addition to that, Nigeria has entered the gray list. And because of this model of Marwa of financial investigation, we became a force to be reckoned with in the eyes of the international community, such that whenever we go outside to defend Nigeria, they solicit Marwa to allow us to be part of those who go to defend Nigeria. What did Marwa bring that transformed this financial crime directorate? He did that by making sure that we have a linkage with the criminal record investigation management network of the Financial Action Task Force, giving us access to quick and timely information to help us to identify, locate, trace, confiscate assets, and eventually manage the asset transparently. He also linked our portal with that of the Corporate Affairs Commission so that we get the beneficial owners who are actually the barons. We leave the corporate veil, we will see what really lies behind, we know the directors, and we now join them for case of conspiracy with those people that they sponsored. And also linkages with also telecommunication companies like MTN and Vimo. All of this they give us also meaningful information. Now, how do we now locate and trace these assets? We do them based on the laws that we're enforcing. We're enforcing 4 laws: NDLA Act, Extant Law, the Money Laundering Act 2022, the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022, and the Process of Crime Act 2022. So what we do in NDLA is both conviction-based forfeiture and non-conviction-based forfeiture. The conviction-based forfeiture is found in our extant law, which allows us to apply for interim forfeiture, and before the end of the case, we now apply for final forfeiture. But that leads to dissipation of assets before final determination. The suspects relation, they dissipate the assets. So with the advent of the Process of Crime Act, which allows us to carry out civil forfeiture, it gives us a lot of leverages to make a lot of confiscation in assets, because it's a civil forfeiture which you apply to court through ex parte application, action in rem as opposed to action in personam. So in most cases, if the suspect is on the run, is a fugitive, or if he's dead, or he is barred by statute or limitation, or he has some kind of immunity, that does not preclude us from now utilizing the Poker Act to seize his property so that we'll hit him where it pains him most. So most of this confiscation, we do it through poker. Now, what are the challenges now since the bill has been ranked? The challenges that we're facing is in the wake of the use of this cryptocurrency now, that these people who are engaged in illicit financial flows no longer utilize the traditional method of wire transfer or the Hawala system, the alternative remittance system, of physical transportation of bulk cash and bearer negotiable instruments through our sea, land, and air borders. What they resort to doing is using cryptocurrency, which within 1 minute you can transfer $1 billion at a go. So what did General Marwa do in this respect? He engaged the services of international consultants to come to our director to teach us blockchain analysis, how we can de-encrypt, complex encryption, and get to know these people who are behind the dark web market. But the major problem that we are facing also is the lack of inability of this country to enact the Finance Act, which brings about both the legal and institutional regime, leaving a central bank and SEC, all of them competing to be the ones who are enforcing a law that has not even been passed. And we know that in law, anything that has not been passed into law is not accompanied by any sanction. It's only contrary to morality. Thank you very much.
She will conclude the NDLA presentation. And the Otumba, you move on to the next agency.
Chairman, Chief Executive, sir. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. You will agree with me all that it's very difficult for when you won't have a presentation anytime, any day, just pray that you do not come across these two, because they can make it very, very, very difficult for you to be able to stand in front of the audience. But I will try. I will be talking on the drug demand reduction strategic pillar, which is the second strategic pillar in the National Drug Control Master Plan. That strategic pillar has 4 outcomes, and I want to inform you that all our activities are aligned with all the 4 outcomes, especially where it is our purview. On this strategic pillar, we have 4 lead agencies: the NDLEA, the Federal Ministry of Health, the National Agency for Control of AIDS, and the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, that's NAFDAC. My slides are much, but I'm going to, as much as possible. It's not responding at all.
You can
Sir.
summarize
Yes,
the main point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. I will. Like I said, I will start with the first outcome, which is reduced use of drugs. The NDLEA has done a lot of activities in this aspect. In 2021, the War Against Drug Abuse was launched. The initiative was launched, and the aim was to seek the support of everyone, having realized that the NDLEA cannot do it alone. Even the mandate of the NDLEA never gave us that mandate that we can prevent or stop drug use all on our own. No, the mandate said in collaboration with other stakeholders, and that is the reason we are here today. And that's why we launched that WADA, and WADA has extended to every household. I don't think there is anybody, even if you don't know about WADA, but it has enlightened a lot of Nigerians on drug and drug-related issues. We are in schools. You can see the school-based programs between 21 and 22. We're also in tertiary institutions. We have done about 345 tertiary institution programs between 2021 and 2024. We have also done youth out of school programs, those young men and women who are in the motor parks, public places, and also the members of the National Youth Service Corps. We also target at the paramilitary and military because they are not immune to drug use. It doesn't respect uniforms. Even in the NDLEA, it does not respect persons, it doesn't respect religion, neither does it respect your profession. So we target at also the military and paramilitary. We also go for workplace places programs, and also we go to worship places, realizing that Nigerians are very religious people and we do listen to our religious leaders, and we feel that there is a big role that they have to play. So we reach out to them also to be able to reach out to the young people. We also have media programs, and in this case, we've done about 629 media programs, excluding our social media platforms, which is ongoing. We also have NGO programs. Like I said, we can't do it without our stakeholders, so we collaborate with MDAs and NGOs in order to prevent drug use. We also have what we call special programs. These programs are programs that are meant for young people, like the quiz, the debate, the essays, football competitions, anything that has to do with competitions. For young people, we call it special programs, and that we have been doing. Then we have we also have programs that are targeted at special population, like the women, because of their peculiar needs, the kind of challenges they have. You know that when there is drug use in a family, it's the woman that suffers it most. If it is the husband, it's her. If it's her children, she also suffers it. Then when it has to do with her, then it becomes a very huge problem for her in the community. So we have advocacy visits. Why do we carry out advocacy? In order to get the support of everyone to join us in the fight against drug abuse in our communities. The War Against Drug Abuse Club is being launched in schools, and for those who have it already, we ensure that they are functional so that we can raise peer educators and peer counselors. We also have training programs. In all of this, we do them in collaboration with our stakeholders and our partners. And again, I want to say that all I have mentioned here are all targeted at prevention programs. And that is what that outcome is all about. Under that outcome, we also have trainings. You can see the lineup of trainings that we've had. And the introduction of the drug testing policy, which was initiated in 2021, 2022, and 2023, we launched the Save Our Family initiative, also aimed at reducing drug use, prevention, early identification, and early intervention of drug use. We're also members of the Inter-Ministerial Committee. Under the outcome too, you can see we have upgraded our treatment centers. We have 30 treatment centers in 30 commands now. And we also have upgraded our 3 model treatment centers in Kano, in Adamawa, and in Abuja. And we have we send our data, we collect data, we are part of the NENDU. NENDU is Nigeria Epidemiological Network on Drug Use, which is also being used to produce the WENDU and the global report, the World Drug Report for drug use. Also, we develop IEC materials. We are members of the technical working group and so on and so forth. I will quickly give you the learning experiences. Due to wider activities at every level, awareness and participation of the communities in drug-related issues have increased. I know you will agree with me on that. The general public are better informed about drug use and drug-related matters, which has also impacted on the level of stigmatization and discrimination in the society. Now, when somebody has drug problem, you see people say, take him for treatment. Unlike before, they tie him and dump him in one room just because they do not want people to get to know about it. It's no longer the case now. Then capacity of stakeholders is also enhanced through training, through sensitization and awareness programs. Then there is an increase in the level of awareness of drug-related issues that has impacted on the development and implementation of evidence-based program and policies. Now we talk about evidence-based because we are better informed. We understand it better. If I finish this discussion without mentioning evidence-based, right? Then, due to the increased number of NDLEA drug counseling centers and the upgrading of some of our centers, drug users were able to access treatment and care. Tell me, where do we have the cheapest treatment centers in Nigeria? It's only in NDLEA, because we do not collect money for services. We only collect money for feeding and medical treatment. That's all. So you do not pay for services. And it's only in NDLEA that one can access treatment and pay little or nothing in order to get quality treatment. Thank you. Then need to continue to sensitize the public. Let me go on now to the challenges, please. We have inadequate and inadequate and unsustainable
2 minutes.
funding. Yes, sir. Funding is a big issue. We know that government has competitive priorities and initiatives, and so funding can never be enough. So the formula is just to look outside the box. And the inadequate capacity to handle the special population, such as women and young people, lack of women-only centers in the NDLEA facilities, and generally, the inadequate capacity building and training programs due to dearth of funds, cultural and religious barriers resulting in stigmatization and discrimination. There are still people that you cannot even bring up the issue of treatment for a drug user. If when you talk, they talk about discipline, they tell you where is the place of discipline, because they are not informed yet. Again, there is inadequate synergy and collaboration among partnering agencies and stakeholders. This has been mentioned by Dougie and was also mentioned by Daffy. It is a big problem. I want to tell you now that if I send information to Ministry of Health and I say, please, I need that information, can I have it? They will tell me, no, you can't have it. You have to do a letter to the minister, to go from minister to PAMSEC, from PAMSEC to director before it will be ordered. I mean, the permission will be given for it to come to you. So it's a big barrier. It's a very big thing, because what if you need that information so urgently that you want to use it, and you have to go through that process, even as they are major partners to us. And so it's applied to other MDAs. It's not just Federal Ministry of Health. We have also inadequate skilled workforce, that is inadequate trained addiction professionals, and like psychologists, counselors in the NDLEA. And how are we able to surmount these challenges? One is we're able to think outside the box because of leadership. Remember that all these things started from 2021. I don't need to tell you more. You know the answer. Because from 2021, things started happening. And it's not as if the funds are there. But it's just that when you talk about funds, it's tell you, well, what are you talking about? This thing is possible. And you go on doing it and you find out that it's possible. And yet, there are no funds. So I'm talking about leadership here. That is one of the reasons why we're able to surmount some of our challenges. Introducing the whole society approach, which is WADA. That is community initiative, mobilization, intensive sensitization, and so on, also aided us to surmount some of our problems. Then involvement of the private sectors and partners. When Chairman came in, he was on intensive advocacy visit. If you remember, he never sat in his office. He was moving from one state to the other. And for every state, he would try and meet all the stakeholders. From one day to the last day, he would leave that place. And that helped a lot. That is why you see people on their own wanting to do drug demand reduction programs, talking about sensitization, educating people on their own, financing programs on their own without being pushed to do so. Then advocacy activities and visits also aid to get support from the general populace. Creation of women's section in the agency's counseling and rehabilitation centers. No matter how small our centers are, we are trying as much as possible to make sure that we carve 1 or 2 beds for the females, having realized that there are no female-only centers in the country. So that we have started doing in some of our treatment centers. It is a plus. Then constant training and retraining of personnel and stakeholders to enhance the capacity of practitioners. Establishment of agencies call center. I don't know how many of you who would say you have not heard of the agency call center, which is all over the place and is helping to pass information, drug-related information and issues to people who are struggling with addiction and their families. When people tell you, please, Where do we see help? How do we seek for help? Just give them the agency call center number, which is 0800 10 20 30 40. I repeat, 0800 10 20 30 40. That is the agency's call center. Was established 2 years ago to 2023 by the Honorable Chairman, Chief Executive Officer. Then convening meetings like this for partners and stakeholders to sensitize them on their role is also part of the factors that aided us to be able to surmount our challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhuvike. Before we leave the NDLEA, just one or two comments. The Director of Operations spoke about interagency rivalry and issues. I would like to give the assurances to this esteemed meeting that we're closing the gap. In fact, it used to be so mainly with the customs, but I'm happy to say that the NDLEA and customs, we've also signed an MOU, so that delineates responsibilities, and things are definitely much improved. And the same thing also for the police. That's I'm in touch with the IG, and things are also coming together. In fact, very recently in Kano, one of the most notorious dealers was arrested by the police, and people started hue and cry that, police, they're going to release him, and so on and so forth. But before you know it, and even before our intervention, the police handed the person to us, and already the case is in court. So that area of interagency rivalry is being tackled. He talked about the media. One of the speakers spoke about the media, and I would like to mention that by the grace of God this year, we're going to have an NDLEA radio. So that's going to go a long way in our advocacy. As you know, every Friday, the Director of Media, Femi Babafemi, who has won several awards himself, every Friday he holds the X-Space, 3 to 5 p.m., isn't it? Yes, and you've been seeing all these reports. So there's going to be a radio. Now, the treatment centers, to mention 30, and there will be 37 by the end of this year. Very effective. A lot of people attend private treatment centers with their families. At the end of the day, they come back to the NDLEA center. This is our experience of go, relapse, and they come to our own. In this Abuja here, we have treatment centers, privately owned. People pay up to 2 million naira a month for treatment for drug addiction, whereas in our own case, maybe 100,000 for food and other things, but very very effective. Yes, as you mentioned, an important aspect, the treatment centers, the need for capacity and more professionals. And in a recent meeting with the NYSC, we came to an agreement that they're going to help us post into our rehabilitation centers, the psychologists, counselors, and so on. So this is one of the ways that we are interacting with the agencies. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. That's your applause is for me. Can you give the chairman? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have barely 15 minutes left, so I won't take too much of your time. I will call immediately Ministry of Education to take the podium and tell us what they have done to score these huge points for NDLA. What have you contributed to all this clapping of hands? And let me tell you before she comes, yes, Gora, that how do you teach somebody who is on drugs? Education is actually the harvester of all these efforts. How do you teach children who are on drugs? So that's why education is always a factor, and that's why they are, of the foremost lead agencies. You are welcome, madam. Your hands together for education.
Thank you, the chairman, sir. Still permit me to stand on the already existing protocol. My name is Mrs. Nestor Rose Obi. I am here to represent my principal, who is unavoidably absent. So I will not have much to say. I will only comply by her own directives. Okay. Okay. Going by what FMB has achieved in the time past. So I have to say that FMB has developed a blueprint against social vices, of which drug abuse is the key factor there in the fight against drug prevention. Also, FMB is participating in the ongoing Nigerian National Alcohol Policy. Also, FMB has developed an online monitoring instrument to monitor the implementation of this blueprint. As part of the challenges FMB is having among our children in schools is that when we go out for monitoring and we try to interview some of these children as for why they are taking drugs, they will always tell us that, that either they have watched their parents do so, or an adult, a responsible adult, so to say, doing that. And so, children, they always like to copy from adults. So my advice is that some of us seated out here, whatever we are doing, we should make sure that we don't do that in the presence of our children, because they copy a lot, and when they copy, they will want to go out there and start practicing. Then, as of what the Ministry of Education can do to advise those children doing so, we have a guidance counseling clinic where we take them to give them some counseling as against that, so that they can stop what they are doing. If we have them settle down with us in the clinic and tell them the disadvantages in doing so, in most cases they comply with our own advice. So that is what we are doing so far, to the best of my knowledge. I wish that when my principal comes around, maybe in the next meeting, she can give us a more detail, throw more light on that. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Education.
Thank you, madam. For those who are coming, don't forget that what we're discussing is your role in NDCMP and how you have carried it out. Please don't forget, it's very important. If you want what you're telling us here to be in the records, has to do with your role in the NDCMP and how you have carried it out. Thank you very much. May we now have Ministry of Health? Thank you very much. Your NDCMP is in your bag. Everybody has a copy. It's in your bag.
Your Excellency, Chairman, Chief Executive, all protocols duly observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Michael Kingsley, Assistant Director and Desk Officer for the Harm Reduction Program at the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. I bring you greetings from Dr. Jimo Olawale Salaudin, MNI, the focal person for the program at the ministry. He is in another equally important assignment and had asked me to hold brief for him. You are aware that the Ministry of Health under the NDCMP is lead and co-lead for drug demand reduction, access to medicines and precursors for medical and scientific uses, harm reduction, treatment and continuum care, as well as prevention. To this extent, the ministry has continued to expand availability and access to treatment and continuum of care for people with addictions, beginning with initially 11 model treatment centers involving mostly the neuropsychiatric centers across the country, but expanding it to all of the tertiary health facilities with the exemption of only the eye and orthopedic hospitals. And going further in the harm reduction, having reviewed our last implementing cycle, we have come to see the immense benefits that have occurred to people by this evidence-based program. Going by the needle syringe program, we have enrolled no less than 50,000 Nigerians that had medicines and addictions use problem. And these are mostly the youths who do drugs by injecting route. And we recognize them as epidemic drivers for HIV and hepatitis. And we know that needle syringe program, giving them sterile needles and syringes and getting them to desist from sharing needles and syringes is one way to curb the transmission of HIV and hepatitis and other bloodborne viruses. When we looked at the cohorts, the prevalence of HIV among those that come forward for this evidence-based service has reduced significantly, even lower than what you find in the general population. Is about 0.5% compared to 1.3%, which is the general population, showing again that this is evidence. Alongside the needle syringe program, we also provide naloxone, which is the only known antidote for resuscitating opioid overdose, which kills quite a number of people yearly. And the biggest problem is that a lot of them die and they're not recognized because we do not have postmortem and also because the awareness is lacking. So no less than 50 Nigerians who were close to dying from opioid overdose. Opioids includes the tramadols, the codeines, and the rest of them, morphines. No less than 50 Nigerians were resuscitated using this antidote known as naloxone. The latest on our radar is that we're currently piloting the medication-assisted treatment, or what would you have referred to as the opioid agonist maintenance elsewhere. And we're doing this beginning with Gombe. The ministry recently launched the medication-assisted treatment on the 10th of March, and we are going to enroll about 750 Nigerians who are having opioid addictions with methadone and buprenorphine. And these two medications are known to treat addiction in people who are suffering opioid addiction, and no less than 3/4 of people who go into treatment on their own are weaned off and come off their addiction problems. Mr. Chairman asked earlier what the ministry is doing about rational prescription and use. I would say it's one big gap, but again, you know, we have an existing legal framework by way of the National Policy for Controlled Medicines and Psychotropic Substances, which has schedules 1 to 4 for the medicines that shouldn't be over the counter. However, due to gaps in the sector, especially the supply chain, we still find some of these substances going into the wrong chambers. And so I would suggest that a national summit by the ministry is one way to strengthen and get this sector to be as sane as it could be. On challenges, I want to say that probably our biggest challenge for the harm reduction program is the fact that every now and again, people who do this work for us, who we refer to as foot soldiers, because they take these kits, needle syringes, they take naloxones and other health life-saving medicines. They take them in a backpack and go to the drug-using bunks and interact with the users and provide them these life-saving interventions. These people oftentimes are picked by law enforcement when such bunks are raided. And we have always talked with the NDLA, the Nigeria police, and every other law enforcement to please exempt them when they are found, because it demoralizes them and then it impedes the progresses that we make as ministry. And then lastly, I would say that the medication-assisted treatment currently is supported by foreign donation. This life-saving treatment using buprenorphine and methadone so far is being supported through the Global Fund and other foreign donors. And with the recent US presidential executive order and dwindling financial landscape, there is a threat that we may not for the foreseeable future enjoy the support that comes for MAT. And looking at the agenda to encourage local production of opioids, I say the chairman and the distinguished ladies and gentlemen in this house are wise in their thinking to suggest that that's the way to go. We have to, as a country, begin to think about manufacturing under the policy of Nigeria First, our own treatments for our own people. And I would encourage us to continue to push that agenda till we achieve the ultimate success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Minister of Health.
Thank you, sir. Another round of applause for Ministry of Health. I must say that the Ministry of Health is one of the most consistent in their reporting and participations. And we pray that we will all follow this suit so that for the goodness of all. Can we have NAFDAC, please? Thank you. The chairman has approved that we'll have like 10, 12 minutes for general overview of the drug response in the country. General overview, which we are free to ask comments in any area of the drug response. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. The chairman, chief executive officer of the NDLA, members of the high table, other members of the IMC, I bring you greetings from NAFDAC. My director, who is the focal person for the IMC, is currently representing the Director General at another meeting. I happen to be the focal person for monitoring and evaluation. So she asked me to sit in for her. So I bring goodwill from NAFDAC. NAFDAC is happy to be associated with the NDCMP. We're actively involved in the plan that ended in 2019. We're part of the formulation of the current plan being implemented. And I think I make bold to say that Otumba can confirm that NAFDAC is consistent and have clearly milestones that were achieved in our participation in the NDCMP. When the earlier agenda was set, we were told to highlight what we accomplished in 2024. But as dynamic as the chairman is, he went a step further to say, can you tell us an overview of your involvement in the NDCMP? NAFDAC is a co-lead on the third pillar, which is access to controlled medicines for scientific and medical use. The challenge with some of these substances is that they have legal uses. There are things, they are not like cocaine that clearly you can isolate that they have no legal use. So in an attempt to ensure that we control abuse, We also have to keep in mind that we do not deny people who legally need these things for management of either pain or anxiety from getting their medication. So that's why NAFDAC was called in the expanded plan when they were doing the previous plan before this, to make sure that issues of access are addressed while we're trying to emphasize on control. So the pillar 3 has 4 outcomes basically. The first one is to improve access. The second one is promote rational use. The third one is to build strong health systems, improve on existing structures such that the health systems are such that they promote access and limit diversion to illicit channels or illicit uses. And then the last outcome is focused on prevention of diversion actually. NAFDAC is primarily focused on the first, the third, and the fourth outcome. Rational use is basically a ministry thing. And like I said, as observant, as dynamic as the chairman is, he identified one of the key issues that has plagued the healthcare sector, the absence of enforcement of POM. When you go to the established society, you can't walk to any pharmacy and buy a prescription-only medicine. I know one of the challenges of leadership in Nigeria and the rest is that there are some certain things that happen in the environment for which you operate that's beyond your control. But sadly, it has significant impact on your work. I'm sure some of the challenges we're having here, will I call it the Western world would not, because the systems are such in place that it prevents some of these things from happening. But we have to deal with them as it comes. So POM is a challenge for NAFDAC as well. Another thing I would also highlight is the issue of chaotic drug distribution system. The idea that open drug market exists is a serious challenge. I think sometimes in March, NAFDAC was in the news with the support of ONSA, the National Security Advisor himself. We did a simultaneous raid involving Lagos, Onitsha, and Anambra. I think the outcome of that action is still being felt today with those 4 such actions and those who have trying to castigate the action in bad light. But these are some of the challenges we have to address. If not, whatever we do, it impacts the outcome. So next slide. Control room, next slide. Oh, okay. All right. So, like I said, there are 4 outcomes, and each of the to ensure that you deliver on those 4 outcomes, there are priority areas. In 2024, one of the priority areas for us to be able to improve access was to support the Ministry of Health. They have a production facility that is a bit moribund somewhere in Yaba. NAFDAC was supposed to collaborate with them in the aspect that involves licensing to make sure that oral morphine solutions, which are very essential for managing pains, people with cancers and things like that. NAFDAC involvement was to provide regulatory oversight and ensure that products coming out from there meet GMP requirements. An initial assessment was done, and NAFDAC has adequately provided the ministry feedback on what is expected of them to put to make sure that that facility produces qualitative oral morphine solutions to manage pain. Then on priority area 3, which is focused on building health systems. I'm sure a lot of the speakers have identified the challenge of inventory management. But beyond that, there's also the challenge of visibility along the distribution chain. Is the agency or the oversight function able to monitor something from import to when the patient takes it? So part of the things we did was to improve on the existing inventory and record keeping tools. I'm happy to say that we have a distribution record, which is currently being used, developed by NAFDAC. Then courtesy of the NDCMP, starting from the last plan, and which was eventually concluded in this plan, the poison record book, which the NDLA officers usually check, even when they make, when they stop at pharmacies to make sure that pharmacies are selling controlled medicines based on prescriptions they check. one of the concerns with the distribution record was it was a single book that those who are in manufacturing are expected to use, those who are importing, finishing products are expected to use, the hospitals are expected to use, then the community pharmacies are expected to use. So the book was not speaking to the peculiar activities of each of these sectors that are required to use the book. So the book was reviewed, and we have about 5 copies of book. And then the book was named Poison Book. That itself had a negative connotation to it. So there was a need to remodel or reward the book. So it's now called Disposal of Controlled Medicine Book. So there are 5. It's been launched, and it's available at all pharmacy council offices in Nigeria at the moment. And NAFDAC is enforcing for those that we have regular dealings with before we engage in anything. Take, for example, renewal of your licenses. You are right to provide us records of how you utilize the previous one. Then another thing which is very key to my Director General is the Nigerian Traceability Initiative. I'm sure there's hardly any function she speaks about that she doesn't talk about traceability. While it's not a silver bullet, it provides us a lot of leverage. Like I said, there's this poor visibility in the distribution chain. Poor visibility, not that things are not happening, but you are not able to see from a touch of a button how, for instance, tramadol 50 milligram moves from an import to when the patient is taking it. So the traceability initiative hopes to achieve this. It's building our health system, and it also minimizes incidences of diversion. We ran a pilot last year. We're expanding the pilot to more products are brought onto the pilot. The expectation is when traceability fully becomes entrenched, even you seated here can download the traceability app and confirm whether or not a medication you're about to procure is actually from a genuine source and it's okay. Then another priority area is the focus have always been, even with the current president, to improve local content. We feel producing some of these control medicines in Nigeria provides us a better avenue to control. Having a conversation with my colleague from customs who was seated behind me, we've been having series of meetings with the Indian guys. We're seeing a large chunk of these things. Let's give example, tramadol 225, which is clearly illegal, still gets into the country. Even codeine, which is banned, still gets into the country. And a large chunk of it is coming in from India-Pakistan axis. So the expectation is if these things are migrated locally, it gives NAFDAC, NDLA, and all law enforcement agencies a bit of a leverage of oversight. So in doing that, NAFDAC is currently implementing a 5+5 policy. The DG is very particular about this and is very strict. The whole idea is for those who have been in importation for a very long time, you've been in business enough to have established a local factory here and start producing these things here. We hope that from an economic point of view, it's also going to help us with our forex challenges and things like that. Then we're also providing ceilings. A ceiling means for those that NAFDAC truly believes we have local capacity to produce here, we are no longer registering new alternatives so that if you want to produce or utilize that medication, you have to do it locally. Then hopefully that was not done this year, but we're hoping this year that a research will provide us evidence base, as Madam Margaret will say, on what the situation is. Hopefully that will be accomplished this year. So then the last thing, the chairman highlighted in his initial statement. I know interagency, I don't want to use the word rivalry, but people tend to be self-protective when it comes to their turf. A lot of this, the idea of the NDCMP had broken a lot of those. And the chairman of NDLA and our director general also took it a step further by signing an MOU last year. That has been in the work that transcended both of their tenures, but they were very particular about it and saw to it that the MOU was signed. It's one of our major achievements in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention.
Thank you very much. NAFDAC, during Paseda, we were to Oshodi, where you do this control medicine. It was in a frightening situation. I'm happy the whole place has improved. We hope we'll continue to have improvement. Can we have NACA, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, the chairman. Permit me to stand on already existing protocol. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adakole Ogola from Community Prevention, NACA. I'm standing in for Mr. Kingsley Esomonu, who is the focal person for the IMC, who is unavoidably absent. So I'm going to give this presentation on the update of our harm reduction, drug demand reduction activities for 2024. As a form of okay, thank you. As a form of background, Nigeria has a prevalence rate of HIV as 1.4%. The prevalence is higher among women than men. Then the Integrated Biological and Behavioral Surveillance Survey in 2020 revealed that people who use drugs have a prevalence rate of 10.9%, which is 10 times higher than the HIV prevalence among the general population. So substance use disorders lead to vulnerability of HIV. People who use drugs have they are vulnerable to making informed decisions that protect them from contracting HIV. NACA coordinates the multisectoral HIV response through different platforms such as the National Prevention Technical Working Group. The part of the multisectoral response is the ministries, the different MDAs. You have Ministry of Education, my senior brother, Ministry of Health, and other ministries, MDAs, including the law enforcement agencies. We collaborate at different platforms led by the National Prevention Technical Working Group. NACA also co-chairs the National Harm Reduction Technical Working Group, as earlier stated by, and is led by the Federal Ministry of Health. Some of the activities that were implemented in 2024 in collaboration with NACA and other key stakeholders include the completion of the needle syringe program pilot, which was held in Oyo State and Gombe State. The needle syringe program has been scaled up in total of 7 states in the country. NACA, with the support of Global Fund, conducted medicated assisted treatment, as also earlier mentioned by the Federal Ministry of Health, in Abia, Gombe, and Oyo states. We have also collaborated with Global Fund 2 IHVN to train healthcare workers and other key stakeholders in Gombe State on medication-assisted treatment, and it was successfully held in Gombe State, as also mentioned by the Federal Ministry of Health. Some of the challenges that we have encountered in our collaboration and coordination of the multisectoral response includes inadequate funding, which is something that's almost is similar to most of all the other MDAs, and across the country, most agencies are faced with this challenge. NACA is not left out. There's continuous stigma and discrimination of people who use drugs in Nigeria. NACA is addressing this issue through establishment of the Gender and Human Rights Response Team, cut across the subnational levels, across all the states in the country. We have Gender and Human Rights State Response Teams in each of the states. There's also abuse of human rights of people who use drugs. NACA is addressing this issue through continuous engagement with the National Human Rights Commission and the law enforcement agencies. Just as mentioned by my senior brother again, making reference to the Federal Ministry of Health, there was a training that was done recently on harm reduction that involved the law enforcement agencies officers. The training happened last month. These are some of the areas NACA is using to address some of the challenges we're having, but we still have issues around funding because with the recent freeze of the US government, PEPFAR, which is the major funder of HIV interventions in Nigeria, has frozen, and the government of the country should increase funding so we can be able to increase our HIV interventions in the country. Some of the other recommendations that we have as NACA is for more sensitization and training for the law enforcement agencies to address issues that are faced by drug users, because the drug use affects them medically, and we need to be able to intervene on them. But they have faced issues related to human rights, and it needs to be addressed. We need to promote sustainability of our national HIV response through increased domestic funding. We also need to leverage on existing structures to improve drug demand reduction interventions. One of those structures is, to mention a few, is, for instance, we have the National Orientation Agency. So as earlier presented from NDLA, the call center which we have that was introduced in 2023, it's to be very nice if the National Orientation Agencies, they have access to this, because they have structures in 774 local governments of the country, and it would be very good to leverage on their structures. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes to go around the house if there are any.
Like I told you, the chairman has approved 10 minutes for you to be able to air your view on the national response on drug control. Please let me see your hands if you have something to contribute. Yeah. Yes, please. Please.
Thank you, sir. Chairman, sir, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. I'd like to start by commending our chairman, the chairman of IMC, and other IMC members for the awesome job done so far. As we learned from our chairman, if you are discerning and you watch the chairman, you will see that he always asks questions, and he takes copious notes.
Yeah.
That also is, my people say that the person who asks questions does not miss the road. So I've taken some notes, and there's some questions that I think may help us. And one is that from lessons learned and the challenges that has been put forward by all the members, it's obvious we've said that a lack of governance and coordination generally it's a problem, and that inconsistent representation that could be without adequate capacity, it's a major issue. And I think in this wise, something that can be done by the IMC Secretariat would be the use of technology, maybe with the assistance of the UNODC, to develop virtual files for each of these IMC members. And the files will consist, will tell you the story so far, the outcomes, and then activities in progress, so that whoever comes, that file has access to that file and can work with it and will bring the person up to date. I think that is something that can work. And also, I also ask that why do we have many activities in progress? Many activities are in progress year after year. A lot of it also has to do with, I think, the fact that the work of one unit affects the next and vice versa. So sometimes coordination again is also an issue. How do we overcome that? And is there a time for the end of, for this activity to come to a close? Is there, because we have activities that are still in progress, and the year 2025 we're coming to the end of this particular life of the project. Does it roll over? So I think those are some of the things we need to look at going forward to lessons learned for the next program. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I am Deputy Commander General of Narcotics, Chinyere Obijuru MNI, Director, Special Duty and Strike Force. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Any other hands up? Yes. Yes. DI.
Good afternoon. The Chairman, Chief Executive, please permit on the existing protocol, sir. I'm talking of what I'm from Directorate of Intelligence, sir. Talking of WADA, I think there was a time my humble self, because of the fact that I cherish your initiative as far as WADA is concerned, so I decided to introduce a drug demand reduction course, one of the Nigerian university, that is the University of Abuja. Chairman Chief Executive feedback. What I want the Chairman Chief Executive to do is that probably he should have an advocacy visit to the NUC so that such a course will be expanded in all the universities across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other? We still have 3 minutes.
Actually, running behind, as we all know. Supposed to be lunchtime now, and we have 2 other programs. It would appear that there are no more comments. What we will do is we would proceed to actions for development of the NDCMP 2026-2030. Then we'll break off for lunch. And after lunch, we'll start with the concept of alternative development.
Thank you, sir.
Drug control, yes. So please proceed with the action for development of NDCMP. And meanwhile, I would like to express my thanks to all those lead agencies that contributed just now with very, very important points that were made. I'm quite delighted to hear that the 11 model centers are in the process of being expanded eventually, I believe, to cover all the states of the Federation from the Ministry of Health. That's something that is worthwhile. And Ministry of Education, I hope now you have in school curricula drug education. Drug education is very important, and the tertiary institutions we've been promoting for drug tests, especially universities, for new students. But I have a courtesy visit billed for the Minister of Education and also the Minister of Health. In fact, we were to see the Minister of Health today because of the conflicts. He too has other things built. We couldn't do it. But it's also good to hear the naloxone overdose program and the MAT that is ongoing, the pilots in Gombe. We do hope that there will be funds for this to continue. NAFDAC, certainly we do appreciate the pain management efforts, and unfortunately the open drug market. I know there are supposed to be those controlled markets in 6 zones, I think. And Kano, I know Kano is already ready. I don't know if that's functioning now. But the others, I don't know if they've if they are ready, I think Lagos, Onitsha, is it Jos? That's some of those places. NACA will also welcome all the harm reduction activities that you are going. And of course, the funding challenge is with everyone, which I mentioned, and the issue of stigma. That's quite interesting because HIV used to be so stigmatized. I remember when Magic Johnson, the basketballer, it's like, oh, Magic Johnson has HIV, he's going to die, and everybody stayed away for fear. If you go near, you think you'll be automatically infected. But thanks to the efforts of the federal government and NACA, people with HIV now, you don't run away from them, and they continue to get the free treatment, which has been well handled. That's quite, and I'm happy to hear that that poison, that thing has been changed now to something better. And of course, the questions that Senior had raised. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
So we're going to look at actions for development of the next edition of the NDCMP 2026 to 2030. These are activities that the NDCMP Secretariat and the Office of the SA on NDCMP matters to the Chairman Chief Executive Officer are already conducting, and the Chairman has given approval. So the first one is an in-house assessment of the 5 years implementation cycle of the NDCMP 2021 to 2025, which is currently being conducted by lead agencies across the 4 strategic pillars. The objectives of this assessment is to highlight key areas of achievements, just like we've done now, identify implementation challenges and actions taken to mitigate the gaps, outline critical areas to be included, that is from this plan to the next one, then recommendations for improved actions. Then expected outcome for that exercise is to provide a framework for each of the strategic pillars as the first layer of working document. Then the timeline is we're looking at the 2nd of June to get all these materials together. The next activity action is to convene a technical working group meeting, still on the approval of the Honorable Chairman, Chief Executive, and IMC Chair. This will be convened by the NDCMP Secretariat. The objective is to deliberate on the outcomes from the in-house assessments, and we're looking for this to be conducted at the beginning of the 3rd quarter of year 2025. The expected outcome from this is to produce a working document which will form the initial layer for actions towards developing the NDCMP 2026 to 2030. The 3rd layer of activity is to convene a consultative forum workshop. So this will be an enlarged consultative platform. The objectives is to provide a platform for broad-based consultations among stakeholders on diverse areas of competence and practice in drug control, provide an opportunity to deliberate on salient issues impacting the effective implementation of the National Action Plan, consider key inputs and areas of attention for inclusion in the NDCMP 2026 to 2030 in line with the continuity principle of the plan, propose participants and members of the IMC, representative of the SDCCs, representative of NGOs and CSOs, representatives of the academia, special purpose committee members, representatives from the private sector, UNODC, ECOWAS and other international partners, traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth organizations, women groups, and other groups that will be considered and approved by the IMC chair as time goes on. Proposed timeline is the 3rd quarter of year 2025. In conclusion, for this first layer of activities, the outcomes from the in-house assessment, technical working group meeting, and the consultative forum workshop will form a unified report to be produced by the NDCMP Secretariat for submission to the chairman of the IMC for further directives. Proposed timeline for this is before the end of the 3rd quarter of year 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the point in this agenda item basically is to restate that the NDCMP expires this year, and we now have to look at what are the steps, that are the assessment, the format, and the achievements. What is it doing? Is there something we should, in the next plan, are there things that we should remove because we are comfortable? And are there areas for us to reinforce and so on? And as the process unravels, the other thing maybe she didn't mention is if for any reason we're unable to be prepared in time for the next plan, then it's possible that we consider extending by 1 year this to buy some time, which has happened in the past. The previous plans also, at the end, you extend by 1 year so that you are prepared and ready to go with the next plan. I'd like to invite, if there are any interventions on this item, you want to make your own comments or suggestions on it, you are welcome to raise your hand, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I am Daniel Delaji from the EFCC. I stood up to just say but a few. First is to commend the IMC, especially the leadership of the chairman, in the implementation of this current master plan. I was part of the formulation and implementation of the previous master plan. And comparing it with what has happened the last 4 years, I would want to commend your leadership, sir, for the recorded commendable achievements, and also how you went about trying so much. Sometimes I wonder how we were able to achieve what we achieved within these 4 years compared to the previous master plan. I also want to commend that we shouldn't go and try to bring up so many other things that are new in the next master plan. I want us to look at this master plan, the current one. The next one should be trying to consolidate, trying to master the art of what we're doing right now, and also trying to see that we expand what we are able to master. So many things that we're doing now are actually what we should be doing. And I want to see that the next master plan should carry 80 to 85% of what we are doing currently, because that's how it will help us deepen what we have achieved currently and also increase the capacity of what we are going to do in the next master plan. I believe if we do that, we'll record another tremendous success in the next master plan. Secondly, I want to talk about the issue of national buying and also issue of funding. I was shocked recently to when I visited my own village, and I found out that the community were able to organize a program funded by themselves. They only invited NDLA officials to come and anchor. I want us to debate our focus a little bit in trying to always look at government. Let's look at private sector and other community-based platforms that could sponsor most of our programs. Considering also the US issue now, most of the lease agencies are are saying that most of their source of funds are further becoming a challenge. We need to focus ourselves to community-based platforms where we could get some help, and also private sector. The awareness is growing gradually. Part of the reason is also the recorded success within these last 4 years. Every Nigerian has actually seen, as some people are making jest of Madam Dr. Ngozi as evidence. So many people have seen evidence within the last 4 years. Actually, everybody has felt the impact of Indeli. So I want us to, at this AMC, looking at the next working document, try to deepen what we are doing right now and try to master the art of what we are doing right now. And I believe that will help us to record more successes in the next working plan. Thank you so much.
That's a very commendable intervention there from EFCC rep. Thank you very much indeed. Consolidate, that's the key word that you want to deepen, to master. It's very important. Instead of running ahead, you consolidate. That's good. What community is that? I normally write communities personally when they do some of these initiatives.
Mr. Chairman, it will interest you to know that I hail from Gombe State. And one of the key areas we are always looking at when it comes to issues of drugs.
Yes.
And my community is Kaltungo local government, sir.
Kaltungo?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Very well. It's it's quite impressive. I think Gombe has a prevalence of 23%, which is the highest in the north. And so it's quite welcome. And I must also say that the government there, the First Lady, she built a rehab center, which is very, very commendable efforts. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Now, communities have built rehab centers also. Ogbomosho, one. Is there anyone here from Ogbomosho? Yeah, they did on their own. And there's another gentleman whose son was helped by our rehab center. He came to me and said he wants to build a rehab center himself for others to benefit. Yes, please.
The chairman, CEO of NDLEA, and all IMC members here present. I bring the greetings and goodwill from the Postmaster General, Engineer Tola Odeyemi. I'm the focal person with NIPOST, Mrs. Obasi Akpesiri, the Director of Investigation and Security. My input here has to do with collaboration with NDLEA in this drug abuse problem in Nigeria. The Nigerian Postal Service, on our own part, we try to do some work concerning interdiction of inbound and outbound maize that has to do with illicit substances coming into the country and those going out. We've put in place things like X-ray machines to scan these items, and we've been able to stop the transportation and transmission of these substances. Well, sir, we'll be needing like training for the officers on ground, the investigation officers on ground, on how to detect more on these substances so that our own country, Nigeria, will be safer for all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I must commend, by the way, the collaboration we have with NIPOST. It's one of our very important and successful collaborations, especially in Lagos. Yes, very well. So the training, that director of training is right there in front of me, wearing dark glasses. But he has made a note of it, and we're going to discuss how to support with this type of training because we may not be present in all the areas. Is there any last comment to be made before we break for lunch? Okay, it would appear that we're all satisfied up to this point. We will now, first, I'll thank you all for your contributions. We'll now break for lunch for half an hour, I'm afraid, just so that we can meet up on the timings. And then, so we'll see at 2:45. Thank you.
Suppose Baba G, they have to now step down and start thinking about it. Perception management. That is just it. What do you when like like now yeah the problem that's the big problem. Oh well, that's the one. Okay, sir. So, now I'm going to point open. Okay, so I'm not let me stick my size on the other side. Cover it. In the from the launch, this is a how because I don't think it just have to zoom people. Just have to after launch, this is
Sir?
Let him tell you.
Also,
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from the lunch break. We'll continue with the program by introducing the concept of alternative development drug control. Just before that, I'll give a little background to it. Thank you. As we all know, cannabis, we're one of the highest cultivators and consumers of cannabis in the world. We already know from the 2018 drug use survey that the prevalence of drug use in Nigeria is 3 times the global average. And close to 80% of that consumption in Nigeria is cannabis, which is outlawed in Nigeria. The use of cannabis is outlawed in Nigeria, as we all know. We've also mentioned that despite the colossal seizures in 4 years, that 10 million plus 10,000 tons plus, most of it is cannabis, and it keeps. We go to the farms and destroy the plantations, seize from the warehouses, on the roads, everywhere, and yet they continue. And so we propose the idea of trying to persuade the cannabis farmers to leave that trade and grow something legitimate, where they have peace of mind. They are not trying to escape arrests, and they just live like every other normal human being. So that's the alternative development. We're the first and only country attempting this in Africa now, and we have the backing of the UN and other institutions. We will need to meet, obviously, at some point, the growers of cannabis and appeal to them, persuade them, stop this, grow cocoa or coffee or rice, wheat, and other things. But obviously that has to come with its own incentives. You have to give them incentives, otherwise nobody is going to listen to you. I've sent teams. I myself have met some of these growers. We give them the assurance they won't be arrested. Come and see me. But don't come with any exhibits because the game could change if you did that. I've had some preliminary meetings. My officers have gone to the ground in one of the prolific states that grows cannabis, and we're already in process. So soon, this policy, we're going to come out with it properly. So I've created the alternative development unit in my office, and Dr. Kolo is the head of that unit. He's going to give us a short introduction to the topic. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
The Chairman, Chief Executive Officer, sir, who also doubles as the Chairman of the IMC. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol before we went for lunch break. And I think the Chairman has already summarized my presentation. I think the only difference is that there were no pictures shown. So I think what I will do is just a quick running of the slides so that you also see
the picture so that you also see the evidence of what you just told us. Thank you so much, sir, for this privilege, and thank you so much for also creating the alternative development unit in the agency. There's a standard definition of alternative development by the United Nations. But recently, at the alternative development unit of the agency in our office in Jai, we sat down and we look at alternative development as a chain of legitimate options that put people and the entire ecosystem at the center of the program. Now, many times people ask, if AD will actually succeed in Nigeria, because ordinarily, how do you convince somebody who, for instance, is earning 50 million naira per annum from illicit cropping, from just 1 hectare of land, to come out of it, to embrace rice cultivation, or giving a tailoring shop, or maybe a bakery shop, where that person can be earning maybe about 3 or 5 million naira per annum. The person will likely survive, but he will struggle to adjust. So there are challenges, there are doubts, there are uncertainties. But in spite of these doubts and uncertainties surrounding the success of the alternative development project in Nigeria, there is an exemplary leader, an effective leader, a seasoned administrator whose passion and commitment for alternative development project in Nigeria, whose guide and previous records have given me the alternative audacity to believe that alternative development will not only succeed in Nigeria, but will become a model in Africa by the grace of God. That leader and seasoned administrator is not only leading the best drug law enforcement agency in Africa, but one of the best in the world. That leader and seasoned administrator is no one else than my own boss and my mentor, General M.B. Marwa. Mr. Chairman, sir, in spite of...
You have already eaten 80%.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I want to thank you sincerely for not only giving alternative development hope in Nigeria, but you have also given alternative development. You have also given Africa a voice at the global level of alternative development. Thank you so much, sir. Now, the outline, I will not go through this because of time. Then, this is Nigeria, which is faced with multidimensional challenges of illicit drug cultivation, production, trafficking, and consumption. And one of the intervention strategies we can use to curb this is alternative development. Now, this is the definition given by the United Nations. And from this alternative development progression chart or pyramid, we can see that alternative development has actually progressed from narrow crop substitution to global impact on peace, development, and security. Now, the alternative development is now a people-centered and diversified drug control measure that is being adopted globally to address the challenges of crime, hunger, poverty, low gross domestic product, ignorance, unemployment, underdevelopment, socioeconomic stability, climate change, ecological disruption, and loss of biodiversity. Now, we've seen that AD is a huge socioeconomic enterprise in Thailand, and they have used the Alternative Development Project to accelerate job creation channels. It has also reduced poverty and crime to the barest minimum. And when we went to Thailand, we saw women who play leading roles in driving the alternative development initiatives that have reduced the prevalence of dependence on illicit economies. And they are also contributing to the socio-economic development across the country. Now, the chairman has said it. He has mentioned the creation of alternative development, but in line with the alternative development diversified drug control measures to tackle the complex drug challenges, the agency created the alternative development unit, and this is also in line with the international drug control policies. In April 2024, the CCO sent us to Thailand on a study tour of the Thailand alternative development model, because for now they are the leading in the world and the best. And the visit was in collaboration with the Global Partnership on Drug Policies and Development in Germany and the Mai Falun Foundation under royal patronage in Thailand. And this visit actually impacted us with ideas and skills that we are now using to begin to implement the alternative development project in Nigeria. Now, Nigeria, for some time now, has been the only country from Africa participating at the expert group meeting on alternative development in Thailand. And as one of the countries, as the only country from Africa that has actually attracted partnership interest from other countries and international organizations. And presently, we're exploring joint alternative development programming with the UNODC country office in Nigeria. Recently, like my boss said, Nigeria was recognized by the United Nations as the first country in Africa to establish the Alternative Development Unit, and that is courtesy of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. And we see this as a great opportunity for Nigeria to be a pace setter in Africa. So we look at the scorecard of the agency. In the past 4 years, from 2021 and last year, 2021, when General Marwa was appointed, over 10 million kilograms of assorted drugs were seized, and over 62,000 drug offenders were arrested. Now, if NDLA, the question is, if NDLA is doing very well in enforcement, why then do we need alternative development? We need alternative development because we have seen many people going back to illicit drug crime after jail time or rehabilitation due to lack of legitimate alternatives to fall back to. And there are some who are not already into drugs, but anytime the high-profile suspects or the couriers or traffickers are arrested, they see it as an opportunity for them to also step into the illicit business. So the sustainable solution to drugs will require a balanced approach involving the application of the rule of law through the enforcement measures and the adoption of development strategies through the application of alternative development. Now we have web of some alternatives that are available for people that we are bringing out of crime. And the available opportunities range from agriculture to the industrial and the entertainment sector of the economy, as we can see in the chart here. Now, every big success story has preparation at its foundation. So at the beginning of the Alternative Development Project, we had our inaugural workshop, which was last year. And the workshop was specifically to build a support network for the Alternative Development Project in Nigeria. And we also wanted to create awareness in the minds of the people that we have a new project at the NDLA. And we had our international and national partners who attended the workshop. And the workshop was covered by 22 media houses, media outlets. Thank you so much, Mr. Afim Bafemi, for this wide coverage that you gave us last year. And we look forward to more of this in our subsequent programs. UNODC and other international partners are very supportive of the alternative development concept in Nigeria. So last year also we had a follow-up workshop with Germany and Thailand, our partners. And during the workshop, the NDLA Alternative Development Working Group adopted the Thailand model of alternative development project. And we did this with some necessary modifications for implementation in Nigeria, taking into account our cultural and socioeconomic orientations. There are 70 participants from the NDLA also were on a study visit to International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Badan last year. We also had an engagement, like the chairman said, with some stakeholders in Ondo State last year, including some illicit cannabis growers who are also ready to key into the project. Now, these are some of our objectives. Our key focus is to rechannel the resources from illicit drug growers and energies of the young population involved in drug abuse and related crimes into food production through the crop substitution program. Sorry. Promote people-centered and community development-oriented drug control initiatives and socioeconomic development. We also want to promote the culture of diligence, creativity, self-confidence, improve personal esteem, and personal responsibility among the young population through community group initiatives. We're also going to be driving public-private partnership. I think somebody spoke about involving the public and the private partnership in the drug control efforts. So we'll be doing this to create jobs and reduce crime and poverty through skills acquisition for rehabilitated and reintegrated drug users and empowerment support for vulnerable women and young people. We'll also be promoting the responsibility of individuals and groups to community and national development. These are some of our strategies and programs. Thank you. Advocacy, we'll be we'll be using the tools of advocacy, education, and awareness. Dialogue will not use force. And then we encourage voluntary surrender and advocacy for amnesty program. The inclusion of the people in project design, implementation, and monitoring. Then I've spoken about the crop substitution program earlier. The skills acquisition, incentives, and economic empowerment programs. They will also engage in peer training and local capacity building in agricultural practices, both in crop and animal sector, then circular economy and renewable energy technologies, and then environmental management programs. Then there is also the strategy of community development groups, where we bring people together in a community to develop their communities against crime. So we are not going to the vulnerable communities to help them, because when we do that, by the time we leave, they may not be able to stand on their own. So the key concept of alternative development in Nigeria is to teach, guide, support, and most importantly, work with the people to build resilient communities against crime, poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment. And this will facilitate sustainability and ownership by the local communities. So we also facilitate community-based joint capacity building programs for deep understanding of the concept. And then we also engage in collaborative engagement to promote mutual trust and respect between NDLA partners and the beneficiaries. Then one other key strategy we're adopting is individual, family, and community farm support system. I don't have time to go into that now, but we're also embarking on environmental regenerative program, which is aimed at promoting the restoration of the natural environment and the culture of economic tree planting and cash crops among school children, women, and young people in vulnerable communities that are impacted by illicit economies. Now, these are some of the prospects of the alternative development project in Nigeria. Increased commitment of people to socioeconomic responsibilities in their communities. The crop substitution program, which will also promote the food security, which is actually one of the key focus areas of the present administration. Boost agriculture to improve food security. So the crop substitution program will promote food security. Then the alternative development will also help in conserving the soil health and the biodiversity. Skills acquisition, empowerment programs, and incentives will help us create jobs and promote industrial growth, at least at the local communities. And then this also fosters socioeconomic development and reduce poverty and crime rates in our communities. AD will reduce the vulnerabilities exploited by drug lords, and this will contribute significantly to both local and global drug control effort, because most of this our young population, they are always lured into crime, particularly illicit drug trafficking, by some money and incentives from the drug laws. So AD will create opportunities for the young population, women groups, elderly, and the physically challenged to contribute to socioeconomic growth of their communities through sustainable livelihoods. This means that nobody is going to be left out of the alternative development project. Then alternative development, community development initiatives will reduce dependence on government and thus promote good governance and effective service delivery.
Try and wrap up.
Now, in conclusion, alternative development is for the benefit of individuals, families, communities, and for the national development. So we all need you to support the alternative development project in Nigeria as a pace-setting initiative in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kolo. would welcome any comments. Okay.
Protocol already established. And when the speaker was talking, I noticed that his emphasis was on farm. And you know, there is this thing called displacement theory of crime. It is possible that we are moving away from India hemp completely. We now have new psychotropic substances. I don't know the alternative development. Is it going to capture both these new psychotropic substances we are now experiencing in the country? Because the issue is that with time, this issue of India hemp, probably the way things are going, they will even abandon it and begin to utilize other illicit substances. So how do you intend to get across to those ones? Maybe like clandestine laboratory and the manufacture of other illicit drugs, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, control room, help me project. I just need one slide to answer this question. Please quickly help me project. Now, for alternative development, the alternative development project, there is provision for everyone. And it's not just for people who are involved in crime. Alternative development is both preventive and curative. There are some vulnerable communities that if some measures are not taken, they will likely go into crime. So like for the clandestine laboratories, even for traffickers, there is already provision for them. When you look at the web of alternatives that are available, even some of them that actually go into the farm to cultivate illicit drugs is because there are no legitimate alternatives available for them. We've had cases where people were arrested in the farm and we discovered that they are mechanics. Some of them are students and some of them are just bricklayers. So when we bring them out, it's not all of them that will be interested in agriculture. Some of them have the skills, the talent to be musicians. Some of them have talent and skills in technology. So there's provision for every one of them to fit in. There are some of them that we could even discover that are skillful footballers. So there are so many empowerment programs and skills that will bring people out of this. I don't know if I answer your question. No. See, in our policy plan, in our policy program, clandestine laboratory is specifically mentioned. And with time, with available resources, once a clandestine laboratory is discovered and dismantled, we have so many chemical engineers graduating from Nigerian universities who don't have job. We could engage them. If these people are also truly repentant, we could also engage them and then be productive in this clandestine laboratory. It's just like converting illicit cannabis farm to maybe cocoa farms, rice farms. So those clandestine laboratories also could be converted to manufacturing centers. Thank you.
So the thing to remember is both those who are using drugs and those who are in fact trafficking it, they both fall under. Now, of course, we have greater interest in the cannabis plantation because that's the main drugs that are consumed in Nigeria, close to 80%. It's all cannabis, plantations everywhere, flourishing, and that's what mostly we use drug prevalence. The prevalence in Lagos is 33%. It's the highest in the country. That means one in three walking the streets is using a substance. And the Southwest zone also is the highest, 24.5%. But most of it is cannabis, actually, that's being used. So those who are growing it, don't grow it, do something else. But come back now to the new psychoactive substances that we use. One of the reasons, in fact, the main reason for drug use, poverty, unemployment, idleness, frustration, misery. So, and they shift to this: no jobs, we are frustrated, no income. Grow something here, get an income. That can shift. That's this area that you mentioned, including meth. So people do it for money. Okay, you are doing for money. Here's another way to do for money, but it's legitimate and you don't have to worry. In the meetings I held with these people, they said their children don't go to school. Why don't your children go to school? Because we're afraid maybe if they look for us and they don't find us, they will arrest the children. And then the other one is people mock the children in the schools. They already know your father. We all know. We know he's growing. He sells this thing, so they mock the children. This type of thing. So it's a work in progress, of course, and we pray that it clicks very well. Was there another person who had? Okay, DTS.
Chairman, sir. My name is Moro Ambrose. Director of Technical Services. The concept of alternative development is no doubt a laudable and new concept. My contribution would be to say that the agency that conceived this idea will continue to ensure that intensive sensitization of the concept is initiated and sustained. Because as it is now, very many people don't, when you say alternative development, it will not just ring bell in people's ears. We need to have a consistent development program, consistent enlightenment program, so that even those who are not from the areas where this cannabis are being cultivated will become aware and then begin to prepare their minds that, oh, we can leave drug cultivation, cannabis cultivation, to do other things that are legitimate and can earn us money. That's one. Two, we should also expect resistance, strong resistance from predominantly those states where this cannabis are cultivated. For those of us who served in those states, we know the involvement of families, because there's hardly any family you go to in those states, Edo, Delta, on those states and those states that we don't see a member of the family that's involved one way or the other in the cultivation of cannabis. When I was in Benin, we had a cannabis dealer that was arrested. His case was going on in court, and then the court granted him bail. Now he took a vehicle, station wagon, and loaded it with compressed cannabis and was driving to Maiduguri. And he ran into traffic jam, and that was how the accident happened. And he was taken to Plateau State Command and charged and jailed. So the chairman then instructed that as soon as he finished that jail term, he should take him to Benin to continue the trial. And when they brought him, he said his name is Prince Uwebo. We said, Prince, why everywhere Prince? Why can't you leave this cannabis trading? He said, my brother, I can't leave it to that. The future belongs to the risk taker. That was his response. So we were shocked. It's just to let you know how those people hold, and you can't get. Anyway, we know that so many of them were sponsored with those kind of proceeds. So we know that there will be resistance to this new initiative that is supposed to do our nation good. But I think that agency will build that in our planning capacity to ensure that we resist this kind of problem. Then the last one I have is yes, members of the IMC. They are here today. They have listened to what has been discussed. I want to implore them that even in their own various ministries and MDAs, let them build this concept of AD into their activities. They may not have been doing it, but anytime they go out or organize program, it is important that they mention it so that many more people will get to know that this is a new initiative that NDLA has brought to to the stage now, and then it needs the support of everyone so that people can key into this new concept. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Just before, in case you want to say a few words in response, it's important for me to state, as I said, that it is still in its infancy. In fact, we will do a pilot project in a community or two. Already we've penciled out Ondo State, which is the center of cannabis growers in the country. But we've done some exploration. We've met some of them, the traditional institution, because sometimes, the traditional rulers, they know what's happening around the place. So it's, the publicity and so on, it's all going to come. But we are still building so that we can get the government to approve it. We can't go before the government approves. And before I present it, we want to make some progress and see the feasibility. Now, every criminal deep down wishes he did not have to do criminal activities to earn his own living. But unfortunately, again, depending on the cultural background and where he comes from and the competitive nature of where he came from, where there's competition. You see, this one is a beautiful house, car, and all that. I must, by next Christmas, I too must come and show this type of thing, all these type of things coming. But they all prefer not to be criminal. We've had arrests a couple of times in Lagos, the airport. I said, this man, we think there's something in you swallow something, come this way. And you say, you see a madman to swallow with the present NDLEA when they will catch me. So the same man that said I will continue, we also have those who are afraid. You want to say something?
No, sir, you've covered it all, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think, all right, yes, please. The last one, perhaps.
The chairman, sir, all protocol duly observed. Koladia Lucas, my name from NIPOST. I want to ask, sir, that is it possible for us to make the best use of the situation in Ondo State where we grow this cannabis? Is it possible for the agency to buy these products from them? Because I believe that in Europe, they legalize the use of cannabis and they process it and they make money for it. And we look at the area of generating revenue from it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It is against the law in Nigeria. And until the law is amended, the consumption of illegal substances is banned and a criminal offense. And with the new amendment, it's 15 to 25 years if you are with no option of fine. I hope I'm right. The Director of Prosecution and Legal Services there. So that's. But there are countries, as you've said, there are countries that have legalized the use of cannabis. It's just that we know for a fact that in those countries that legalize the use of cannabis, they themselves are witnessing more crime, more accidents, more hospitalizations, and so on. But now there's medical cannabis. That's a different kettle of fish. And I think it's important for me, now that you mentioned it, to state that the Nigerian Academy of Science, that's the highest scientific body in the country, we have engaged them to do a scientific study on the extracts, that's cannabinoid, and they will involve all the relevant institutions, Ministry of Health, NAFDAC, NDLEA, and other bodies. It's just a purely scientific study that they're going to do, and they will, I'm sure, advise the government on whether or not this medical as cannabinoid, if it will help, it will not help. But it's already scheduled now. You know, especially the West, they consume it to help with pain, cancer pain. You know, those of you who now the Ministry of Health know better as far as this aspect is concerned. But anything cannabis in Nigeria is banned, it's illegal, it's criminal, private possession, unless the law is changed. That's the answer to that. So, then last, okay, please. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to adopt the existing protocol that has been established. My name is Osage Regina from Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. Within our own purview, we have been able to sensitize some women and even schools concerning the drug illicit and drug abuse. Permit me, sir, to bring this to your notice that the Federal National Council on Women Affairs will be coming up in this year, and we're expecting the NDLEA to come up with a lecture on that day, though the venue has not been known yet and the dates. Mostly on this AD of the thing that we are talking about. Most of the commissioners will be there, and they will be able to listen and then pass this information to their states and to the community. And this will be a benefit to the NGS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Remark, we come to the conclusion of this agenda item. Thank you very much, Dr. Kolo.
Thank you, sir.
You may take your seat, bearing in mind what she just mentioned. Prepare your lecture notes when the time comes. We should now move on to the next item, which is the preparations for this year's International Day Against Drug Use and Trafficking.
The Chairman, Chief Executive, sir, please once again permit me to stand on the already established protocol. As everyone here may be aware, the 26th June of every year is set aside as the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking. Member states of the United Nations are expected to reinvigorate their efforts at reducing the drug menace while exploring evidence-based interventions. Every year, the United Nations brings out the theme. There's always a theme for every year. This year, in as much as they have a theme on their website, but it's not been announced yet. But we are going ahead to make use of the theme because they've already placed it on their website. And the theme is Breaking the Chains, Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery for All. The 26th June of this year is on Thursday, and we are planning a week-long program that will culminate on that 26th, that Thursday, 26th June, starting from the 20th of June. And 20th is on Friday. We'll start with a press briefing at the NDLEA Conference Room, National Headquarters, Abuja. Time is 10 a.m. We expect every member of the IMC to be there. Also, on that very day, by 2 p.m., we'll be worshiping at the National Mosque. The chairman will lead the delegation to the National Mosque for Jumat service, and the time is 2 p.m. The second day, which is Saturday, June 21st, 2025, we'll have a walk against drug our usual advocacy work, but this time it will take place at the University of Abuja. Takeoff point is yet to be determined, and also the terminating point. And the time is 7 a.m. When we are sure of the time, we will place it on the IMC platform for everyone to be aware. We expect that every IMC member should be here, should join us in the work against drugs. On day 3, which is Sunday, June 22nd June 2025, on a Sunday, we are having a Thanksgiving church service at the Ecumenical Center. That is the National Christian Center, Abuja here. And the time is 10 a.m. We'll also expect all IMC members to join us at the service. Oh, sorry, sir. I will change it. I've just been corrected that the Jumat service is 1:30 and not 2 p.m. as earlier announced. Then on day 4, which is on Monday, June 23rd, 2025, we have an essay competition that is ongoing now. The students in secondary school are all expected to participate in the competition. So on this very day, which is the Monday 23rd, we would have announced that very day. We expect to announce the winners of the essay competition, and that will take place at the NDLEA conference room at the national headquarters. Time will be 10 a.m. Then on day 5, which is Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, we'll have what we call Youth Out of School program. This is a campaign program that we take to the markets and motor parks. We try to cover all the 6 area councils in Abuja. So we have a lineup of those markets and motor parks, and we'll place them at the IMC platform too, so that we expect IMC members to join. We expect that NACA should be there to talk to people about relationship between HIV/AIDS and drug use. We also expect FMOH to be there to talk about harm reduction. We expect Women Affairs to also be there and talk about drug use amongst women. It's not something that is impossible. Please, we expect all IMC members to join us so that you could say something and also tell people about what you're doing with regards to drug use prevention. On day 5, which is Tuesday, June 24th, day 6, which is Wednesday, we do not have any program for now on that day, but we expect that if there is any IMC member that has a program, you should feel free to fix it for Wednesday, and we all will be there to join you at your program. I also missed out something, sorry please. On Wednesday, on the day of the announcement of the essay, we also have a program which we call NGO Day. The NGO Day is a day that we set aside for NGO programs with regards to the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking. So if any NGO fixes a program on that day and invite us as resource persons or partnership, whatever, we're always available. So that is a day we set aside for them, and we call it NGO Day. Then on Thursday, which is the Thursday, June 26, 2025, we have the grand finale, which will take place at the State House. We expect that every member of the IMC will be there, and we're also doing a letter asking that 5 staff of your organization attend the events. And we do hope that you will honor us with your presence and that of your colleagues. 5. Again, let me also mention that we are in collaboration with we're working in collaboration with MTN Foundation. They've been our greatest support in commemoration of the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. Aside that, they will join us on that day, and they are partnering with the agency in the implementation of quiz competition for secondary schools, because we have annual quiz competition, and we always do it in partnership with MTN. Last year, we had it in 12 states of the Federation, and we had a technology-driven platform that accommodated over 26,000 students who were part of that quiz competition. So this year, we are also having the quiz competition, and we have a lineup of other programs, which I will also mention to you. There's going to be an advocacy-based intervention in tertiary institutions, apart from the work that will take place in Abuja. That work also will also take place in Enugu, Kanu, and Lagos. And they also plan to do an advocacy community outreach. They expect that we'll train NYSC core members, so that during their primary assignments, they will be able to reach out to communities with drug sensitization, drug education, treatment, and care. So we are planning to train them on behalf of MTN, and then they will go ahead as peer educators and peer counselors to also reach out to other members of the communities. Then MTN also plan to train teachers on the unplugged. For now, that is planned for Kaduna and Kwara. But we've asked them that we have other states that have functional state drug control committees, because that's the criteria they brought up. And we've given them the list of those 10 states that have, through the IMC Secretariat, we're giving them the list, and we hope that they would expand the number of states where they will have the unplugged training. They also plan to do school-based intervention, that is the quiz competition, in 12 states of the Federation this year, 12 different states, aside the one of last year. And then they will join us at the stakeholder conference on the 26th of June. And lastly, they want to have programs, drug education programs at about 6 universities in the country. All these programs, they are planning in partnership with the NDLEA. Let me conclude here by thanking the IMFC members and your organizations for your support, your contributions, and active participation at the last UN Day celebration. Thank you very much. And we do hope that this time around, you will turn out en masse to join us in the week-long programs. Thank you once again.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ngozi. This was just an information brief about the next International Day, 26th of June. And the MTN Foundation always collaborates with us on this celebration. The only thing that she mentioned that we might adjust, maybe that 7 a.m. walk in the university. We might adjust it a bit after we'll talk, and then you see what was the adjustment. Because to get to the University of Abuja for 7, it means you have to wake up much earlier and start leaving your homes. And we want a very successful outing. Thank you very much. Let's proceed right away, Otumba, with the next item, the governor's wives.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members, can we put our hands together for ourselves? Just like you are doing here, we had the conference in this hall for the First Ladies in building capacity and going further than building capacity to actually point to actionable items that they could take up. I'm happy to announce to you that they took this communique very seriously, and some states have actually started implementation. We had it on the 6th of May, and as at yesterday, 3 states have called for the inauguration of SDCC. Please let me take you through the communique so that we can be guided, so that we understand what is going on in the states. It will soon get to your local government, from there to the societies. At the 3rd series of the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, under the theme Community-Based Drug Use, Prevention and Treatment Approach, on Tuesday, the 6th of May 2025, at the T.Y. Buratai Auditorium, Army War College, this same hall, Asokoro, Abuja, organized by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the current worrisome reality of Nigeria's drug problem, salient issues surrounding community-centered drug use, prevention and treatment of trajectories were diligently scrutinized. You'll be amazed that all the governors' wives were here and nobody stood up. It was so consuming. Nobody stood up all through because everybody realized that we all need to wake up to the reality. Somebody said, my children does not use drugs. Hung out with his the friend that was on drugs, and they perished on this road, that Nile road. So nobody should feel unconcerned. Nobody. The meeting noted with serious concern the profound changing of dynamics of drug scourge within different community settings, which is critically exacerbating the rate of drug use among diverse target groups, particularly the youth and women. We got to Kotokarfe. They say if they take one particular herb, that if they stab them, it will not go in. And the thing is consuming the youth there now. Also of extreme concern is the ingenuity deployed to the mode of trafficking, supply, production, and use of drugs, which further complicates treatment, recovery, and rehabilitation strategies. The substantial impact on the quality of public health, social cohesion, economic growth, national security, and other related issues were comprehensively diagnosed. The meeting reinforced the need for urgent collective actions and shared commitment involving key sectors of the community, including government at all levels, to upscale efforts towards positively rewriting Nigeria's drug control narratives. It is very interesting to note that you are also making your own sacrifice now. The forum was deeply concerned that Nigeria presently faces an alarming drug use situation, which has heavily pervaded every sphere and strata of our communities, and consequently endangering the well-being and security of individuals, families, and communities within the country. The forum reiterating that states play critical roles as stakeholders in addressing national drug challenges by implementing localized strategies. You know the strategy that work in your area. In some areas, if the emir says and you go against it, the whole community will work against you. So maybe in some other areas, it's the Reverend Father, in some other areas. So we have to bring all this to bear on the drug war. Mindful of the crucial role communities play in significantly contributing to the intricate drug problem, and at the same time, bearing the potential to providing effective measures for long-term solutions. Recognizing that by investing community resources, promoting inclusive participation, Raising awareness and coordinating multi-sectoral actions, communities can achieve holistic, integrated, and effective-based partnerships to mitigate Nigeria's drug problems. And the forum endorsing with accolades the outstanding efforts of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency under the leadership of General Mohammed Buba Marwa, shall I add Jagumolu of Ogidi? Again, thank you. I will report this, you're clapping to my KBC. Against drug use and trafficking with phenomenal national and global success records in the areas of arrest and seizures, prosecution and conviction, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, among others. I think you should give another round of applause. I'll tell you what. Now, before, somebody noted, they'll say, if I go to jail, when I come, my money is working for me. Now the money will not be there when you come back from jail. We'll take the money, we'll take the houses, we'll take the cars. So tell them you're losing everything. I met somebody in Indonesia prison who was convicted to be sentenced to death. I said, what will you be doing with the... And he was still dealing with drugs in the prison. And note that Nigerians are not the guards in Indonesia prisons. So you can understand how drug penetrates everywhere. They will corrupt any system. So we all need to watch out and don't grandstand. Now, resolutions of the forum. Number one, the forum acknowledges with urgency the need for the first ladies to use their good offices to liaise with their state governors in facilitating the establishment of SDCCs in the 36 states of the country. Beyond the present, it's no longer 9 actually. Since the time this communique was presented, we have additional 3 that has been inaugurated. And they promised that before the end of the year, we will have 24. That's how serious they are. And that's what I want to implant on this body. This body, you are executive. This is an executive body. You are not NGO. We should be able to achieve more. To appoint the first ladies as chairpersons, and where not feasible, like we have in Benue, any appointee of the governor may be considered for appointment as the coordinator in the state. To strengthen the functional communities and appoint the NDLA state commanders as the secretaries of the committees. The chairperson is the chairperson, the first lady is the chairperson, the NDLA is the custodian of the records, and the secretary. Number 2, the forum acknowledges also the need for the functional SGCCs to collaborate with other states for timely establishment and revitalization of their moribund communities to enable broad and more intensive interventions in the domains of prevention, the domains of use, treatment, recovery, rehabilitation, and reintegration into communities of people with drug use problems. 3, the forum agrees that the laudable partnership between NDLA and the Governors Spouses Forum has yielded significant dividends and achieved notable milestones over time. However, urgent, concerted, and pragmatic efforts are required considering the complex public health issues and security challenges the country is witnessing which is fueled largely by the use of drugs. Number 4, call on the federal government and governors to declare state of emergency on drug use and the illicit trafficking pandemic with a view to accepting national ownership of the drug problem and mobilizing resources to disseminate the menace. The forum agrees to utilize the National Drug Control Master Plan as a platform to facilitate collaboration and cooperation between the state governments, NDLA, MDAs, and other stakeholders in the fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Agrees to also to ensure that local government drug abuse communities were established in line with the bottom-to-top approach, a core principle of NDCMP, in ensuring that tailored drug demand reduction activities are further cascaded to the wards and rural communities, areas highly vulnerable to the drug problem. The forum recalled that the drug abuse prevention, treatment, and care programs in the states continue to serve as a forum project and to be chaired by the first ladies of the states as additional tools for addressing community-based drug prevention, use, and treatment modalities to promote community health, development, and overall well-being. Number 8 of 10, so I have just 3 paragraphs to go, highlighting the importance of the SDCCs, that's State Drug Control Committees, in expanding its scope by seeking result-oriented partnerships with the private sector, civil society organizations, and other key stakeholders in the development and implementation of community-based projects through the enhancement of resources, facilities, and infrastructure for holistic outcomes across the states of the Federation. Number 9, reaffirming the need for the active collaboration with and providing vital support to NDLA commands in states with a view to achieving more effective, integrated, and enduring responses to drug challenges in diverse community settings by combining enforcement, prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts. Finally, the forum realizes the need to create and promote sustainable development initiatives by encouraging health and people-centered prevention, treatment, social support, stigma reduction, and inclusive policies that tackle root causes and ensure long-term community and health and resilience. I thank you for your attention. I pray that at the end of the day, our communique will also be read to you here, and we all promise to adhere to it. I've just told the first ladies they started implementation. Please let this not be a talk shop. I pray that we have not all come here to waste our time. If we have not, please put your hands together. Put your hands together, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Umba, for that information brief about what transpired at the end of the Nigerian Governor Spouses training. I think we should move on to Dr. Abubakar Salami.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Abubakar Salami, the Group Managing Director of Elysium Trust Holdings. I'm here to present to you from the experience of someone who has been in that space. You know, every time we come here and we talk about advances on how to prevent these things. But in few minutes, I want to paint a picture. I want you to have a glimpse of what it feels like to be in that space. I was the menace that drug has brought to our society. And I know a lot of people say my children are not doing drugs, like High Chief Otumba has said, but I tell you something, there cannot be a nation where the youths are hooked on drugs. While we're into drugs, I want to tell you the kind of conversation we had when we were high on this substance. We had conversation like, my papa na Jew. He doesn't know what he's doing. Imagine people on drugs saying that you seated here don't know what you're doing. How do you want to convince them to come out of that space? I want you to know that this substance has a way of destroying their memories, their prefrontal cortex, because that is the part of the brain that helps to process information. So now the brain is setting you up to feel that you're doing something right, and the people who supposedly are doing the right things are doing the wrong things. How do you want to help people like that? So it's better we prevent it before they get into it than try to bring them out. I'll tell you why. There was a day I was high on substance and I slept inside the gutter overnight in school in Gwagwalada. Many episodes that time will not permit me. For 12 years, I was involved in this substance. There was not 1 month I went on a break. Consistently, I was into getting high. Do you know what it means to be in prison for 12 months? That was how it felt, because I was in a prison that I had put myself because of the exposure I got. And what happened is, in the neighborhood where I grew up, I admonished people that were doing drugs. I was exposed to them earlier in my life. And in seeing those people, those were my mentors. So in making those people my mentors, I wanted to act like them and behave like them. Before you knew it, I started smoking weed. I graduated from weed to codeine, from codeine to Refnol, from Refnol to crack cocaine, from crack cocaine to cocaine itself, and what have you. For me to stand here today is a miracle. And I tell you something for free. It's only a few of us that were able to escape this dark space. Have you ever felt like you're falling in your dreams and all of a sudden you wake up? That is how it feels to be a user of substance. Once you get into this substance, you're out of control. You can't help yourself. You don't like it, but you can't help it. Have you seen a situation like that? I use the instance of when kidnappers get somebody, they force the person into the bush against the person's will. But imagine it is your own mind and your own brain that is keeping you in captivity. Helpless, right? That is how we all feel. And I want to tell you something. There was a day I went to buy suya. I was high and hungry. And standing, waiting for my suya, I was so high that I fell into the fire. And I still have scar in my body from that day. So I can paint, my mother is nodding her head. She can't believe, she's in disbelief, but I understand. I can't imagine the sleepless nights my parents witnessed. My mom crying. I still have the memories, you know. On and on and on. I was stuck in the oblivion. So there was a particular night I was so high. My mom came to the hotel where I was and she fell down on the floor and she was crying. That was the only memory I have of that day. Because when you take this substance, you usually forget everything. You wake up in the morning struggling to remember. But I beg you that this beautiful interministerial committee is designed to help these people that are stuck in this place come out of this place. Because you're not safe. None of you are safe. None of us are safe. When we have majority of the youth in this place, how do you want to? We're sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Because all it takes to trigger the youth in this society doing drugs is just like this, and the country will turn upside down. When you take this substance, you're not afraid. There was a day I took so much substance that I went and I was fighting with Babambolas. They carried machetes, they carried bottles. Till today, I asked myself, how come I wasn't afraid? You get? Imagine the risk you take. I've been in 8 car accidents. 2 of the cars somersaulted, right? And in all these accidents, we were all intoxicated. My mom started calling me miracle child because I'm still alive today. My sister said, Abu, how many lives does the cat have? 9 lives, right? When you exhaust your 9 lives, you don't have any more. So I'm trying to tell you where I'm coming from. But today, the story has changed. I am the GMD of a multi-billion naira real estate company in Nigeria. I've employed about 80 people in my payroll monthly. I have about 200 people I'm mentoring. I'm building about 700 houses today in Nigeria, and I have about 500 laborers working on site today. And all that is possible because I dropped the pipe. So why don't we decide to help other people like myself stuck in that place drop their pipe and make this country a better place? I tell you something, one of my favorite books, The Richest Man in Babylon. At the time where Babylon was in the brink of extinction, the king called the richest man in Babylon and told him that, I want you to help me lecture 100 citizens on wealth. And these 100 people will go about lecturing other people on wealth. And he did. Guess what? Babylon became the wealthiest city in the world because a king saw it fit to teach 100 people on wealth. In this case, I want this committee to create 100 people like myself. And when we do that, we will be able to have a ripple effect to bring people out. I'm currently in partnership with Recovery Advocacy Network and the Rehabilitation Center, where I sponsor people for rehabilitation. And when most of them come out and they don't have jobs doing, I give them jobs at the site. And I mentor them. And guess what? There are a lot of people in recovery right now, like myself. I have people 2 years in recovery. I have people a year in recovery. And this is working because they were helpless, stereotyped, and people are like, because when I was doing drugs, to be honest, most of my family members, uncles, they were like, this one will never amount to anything. Believe you me. So early this year, I lost my mentor, may his soul rest in peace, a cousin of mine, and I gave my goodwill message. And when I came down from the podium, an uncle of mine came to me and said, now that you're doing well, if you need any help, come, let's help you. But at the time I needed help, he wasn't there. And I went to tell my mom about it, and she started shedding tears. She said, thank God you don't need his help anymore. So I tell you, imagine if I had died in doing this like many of my friends. I would not be here today encouraging people. I will not be able to employ as many people as I've employed. I won't be able to create the value I am creating today. And I tell you something, one of the smartest people I've seen in my life are users. And I put it to anybody in this room, if you have any young person that is my age that can outwork me or outdo me, bring him. I'll give him ₦1 million if he can do it. My big daddy Otumba knows. He always advises me to get some rest. You know why? At the time where we were doing drugs, we were restless. So at the point where we came out from this thing, we still have that restless nature. But instead of translating that energy into negativity, we put it into positivity. So I want us to begin to look at how we'll take this thing and use it to our advantage. In my office, I have a policy called the do as I do policy. I tell all my staffs that if you see me lazing around, you have the permission to do that. If you see me scheming, you have the permission to do that. If you see me lying, stealing, you have the permission to do that. At the end of the month, I come, I'll say, how many of you can say you outdo me? None of them can stand up. Why? Because during the time I was in drugs, I had expanded a lot of energy in it, and that energy is still radiating within me. So I want us to bring 100 people like Dr. Abubakar Salami, different parts of Nigeria, and trust me, Nigeria will be a hopeful place. Nigeria will be a better place. I want to say a big thank you to the chairman CEO for inviting me once again. I am honored to be here. As a matter of fact, in my office, the picture of me and the chairman is in my office, very big. But I'll tell you something, right? 7 years ago, I was running away from NDLA. Today, I'm snapping a picture with the chairman of NDLA in my office. That's a miracle. Not to take your time, I just want you to understand what we're dealing with and who is best to give you this story. Someone that has been there and has done that. Few months ago, a friend of mine, old-time friend that was still struggling with drugs, came to my office. Me mentoring him, trying to rehabilitate him. And when he came, he saw my policeman downstairs and he said something. He said, few years ago, we were running from policemen. Now policemen are protecting you. This is the life to live. And I want to leave you with this today, that let's give people hope. There were two people in my life that helped me when I was using drugs, that did not throw me away. Mrs. Essie, and may her soul rest in peace, and Enesi Makoju. Those people always had hope in me. They always knew that it was a phase. Apart from my parents, I'm talking about people outside. And I want to say a big thank you to my father, always coming to bail me from police station when they catch me. So recently I bought my dad a car and my mom. And when they were like, it's too big, I said, Daddy, all the time you came to bail me from police station, this is the reward for it. And the police station in my estate, if you go inside the cell, my name is written on top of it because every time I write my name when they arrest me. So today I passed that police station and I give the police people money and I said, this is a miracle. This is a blessing that I am here today. 7 years of recovery, no relapse, zero relapse. That is a huge miracle, I tell you. So I want this committee to begin to think of how to get people, 99 others like me. And if we rehabilitate 99 others like me and we're 100, trust me, this 100 will rehabilitate 1,000, and 1,000 will rehabilitate 10,000, 10,000 will rehabilitate 100,000, and this place will be a safe space. Thank you very much, and it is a wonderful honor to be here. God bless you.
Thank you very much indeed for this remarkable story that you have told us. It's real life experience. Thank you. I think we've come to, well, we're gradually coming down to the end. The communique for today's engagement has been finalized and it will now be presented. And after listening to what you have to say on it, we proceed with the adoption. And that will just about wrap things up with the vote of thanks. So please proceed with the presentation of the communique.
The Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and Chair of the IMC, kindly permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I hereby present the communique issued at the end of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Drug Control IMC meeting held on the 28th May 2025 at Abuja. Introduction. The IMC meeting held on the 28th May 2025 at the TYB Auditorium, Army War College, Wu Basi Barracks, Asokoro, Abuja, was chaired by the Chairman Chief Executive Officer of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, who is also the chair of the IMC. The drafts of year 2023 and 2024 annual monitoring reports were considered and adopted. Overview of the national drug control responses within the 5 years implementation cycle of the plan across the 4 strategic pillars was deliberated with resolutions reached. Actions for development of NDCMP 2026 to 2030 was presented for critical discussions and far-reaching decisions for development actions were taken. The meeting acknowledged the remarkable accomplishments achieved through collaborative multi-sectoral efforts towards attaining the goal of the National Drug Control Master Plan 2021 to 2025, which is to improve health and security for everyone living in Nigeria. In furtherance to addressing vital issues hindering effective implementation of the NDCMP 2021 to 2025, the need to increase and sustain initiatives to drive national ownership of the NDCMP was discussed. For more concerted efforts in ensuring escalation of prevention measures, reducing harm related to drug use, and improving treatment outcomes were equally highlighted. The meeting considered the year 2023 and 2024 annual monitoring reports, which outlined the activities implemented by lead and partnering agencies across the 4 strategic pillars. The reports highlighted the key achievements, gaps, and recommendations for improved implementation outcomes. Recognized the outstanding successes recorded by NDLEA under the noble leadership of Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired CON OFR, through the unparalleled and novel arrest of drug suspects, including high-profile drug offenders, colossal seizures of illicit drugs from 2023 to 2024, and the dismantling of notorious drug networks operating within and outside the country. Noted the consensus investigation and prosecution of suspects, the intelligence sharing between NDLEA, sister agencies, and other security organizations, and joint operations conducted for enhanced operational activities. Aware of the high-level prevalence rates of drug abuse and its catastrophic consequences on individuals, families, and communities, including the escalated level of insecurity and its extensive effects on every facet of development. Further noted the need for increased evidence-based policies and delivery of effective prevention, treatment, and care programs to address the complex drug abuse situation within communities. Mindful of the fact that some of the essential controlled medicines are not readily accessible, available, and affordable for the management of patients and provisions of different levels of palliative care. The meeting resolved. Resolution 1 considered and adopted the NDCMP annual monitoring reports for years 2023 and 2024. 2. Stressed the need to intentionally foster initiatives to drive collective national ownership, shared commitment, and buy-in of the NDCMP among stakeholders at all levels to ensure effective tackling of Nigeria's drug problems. 3. Reiterate the need to consistently raise awareness on the health, social, economic, and other related risks of drug abuse and drug trafficking to diverse target groups within communities utilizing the War Against Drug Abuse platform. 4. Emphasize the need for strengthening drug treatment and support services in communities for persons with drug use disorders. 5. Further stressed the need to improve coordination efforts required to enhance operational outcomes, implementation effectiveness, and sustainability of national drug control outcomes. 6. Called for consolidation of current implementation gains, expand key achievements, deepen learnings, and crystallize competencies as next step key actions for developing the NDCMP 2026 to 2030. Reiterated increased participation of the private sector, community-based organizations, and other critical stakeholders in establishing alternative funding mechanism to address the perennial funding challenge of the NDCMP. Number 8, noted utilizing virtual platforms to store data and other vital records to bridge the gap of improper handling and taking over by focal persons within the various MDAs. 9. Further stressed the need to improve the prescription-only medicine POM policy to enhance patient safety, ensure proper use, and facilitate health system regulation of medicines. 10. Acknowledged with satisfaction the establishment of the Alternative Development Project aimed to end the vicious circle of the illicit drug economy. Members encouraged the participation and investment of all key stakeholders in ensuring the successful implementation of the project. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting the communique. Just before I make comments on it, let me make a small correction because a lot of people, she said on the subject, held at Wu Basi. That's right. But actually, its initials is WU, Wellington Umo. He was N1, the first Commissioner General Army officer. And I had the honor of knowing him as a small child, 1963. Depot. My father was the physical training officer of Depot, and he was the commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Basi at the time. And the adjutant was Captain Adekunle, later to become Black Scorpion in the Civil War. So it's just remarkable, very interesting story. One day, maybe my Form 3 or thereabouts, in military school, we had gone on vacation that day, but I hadn't left the school yet because my family lived in Zaria and I was going to move later in the day. So Colonel Basi, now retired, he came around. Nobody knew him, but I ran up because I recognized him. Now, those who knew military school, when you enter the boys' line, there are some huge, these Melina trees, huge, like 10 of them lined up. So I ran up to him. He said, where's everybody? I said, oh, sir, we're on vacation today. People have gone. I myself am on my way. Then he left me, and then he was rubbing the trees, just rubbing, rubbing them, rubbing. And so we're all looking in amazement. Then he observed that we were looking at him in bewilderment because you would think, what's wrong? It's rubbing trees. So he came back and he said, he's sure that we're wondering why is he rubbing the trees. That these trees are like his children. He planted them. And then we understood, and off we went. So it's actually W. Basi, not Wu Basi, but their initials. Because a lot of people think his first name is Wu, like Chinese, and so on. So, well, thanks for your patience. We've gone through. Are there any comments? I mean, does the communique reflect what transpired today, more or less? Should we move to the adoption? Is there anyone to move for the adoption? Okay. All right, we have Chinyere moving. And who are you, please? Very well. Thank you very much indeed. We will put it, as usual, we put it to report, and those who are in support say aye, and those not say nay. So we have adopted the communique of today's IMC's meeting. Thank you very much. It has been a very productive day. We appreciate everyone for the attendance and your questions. And please proceed with the last item.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, Chairman, the agency secretary, directors, representative of SDF, thank you very much. And representative of NSA, SSA, everybody. Let me tell you that today has been a very successful day for us in NDLA. This is the body that oversees our affairs, advising the chairman. And we are happy that you are so patient for the sake of your children, for the sake of our country. Please let this meeting not end up a talk show. It is very important that you will be put in various committees as time goes by, apart from the TWG. We need to work harder, please. I am happy that I can see a lot of people nodding in support that we need to do more. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity given to all of us. I know in the agency that the resources are not there for this meeting today. How you did it, sir, God will continue to open up ways for you. It's incredible. I didn't know how it was going to happen at all. Thank you very much, sir. And secondly, to our members, the chairman has asked me to express his appreciation for your turning up. We have about 24 of us here. We'll try to find out what has happened to the others. We want all to be involved, because any opening is opening for users, is opening for traffickers. There should be no opening. You have spent the whole day enjoying this program. I will not take too much of your time. I will only say thank you for turning up. Thank you for your patience. We thank the facility owners. They have been wonderful. And if you taste the food, you will see that it matches with the venue. That's the beauty of Nigerian Army. Put your hands together for Nigerian Army. I can assure you that in another 2-3 years, we will have to go and do this meeting in Jos, in our own facility. We will have something like this then. Okay, put your hand together for us. Thank you once again. Thank you very much, the entire management, directors, everybody, our resource person, Dr. Abubakar. Thank you very much. That was a good way of ending this meeting. The chief of staff to the chairman, very restless to ensure that we succeed. Thank you very much. And Dr. Ngozi, all of you that have presented papers here, world-class papers. Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. God bless you and get home safely and get a good rest. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
Um, despite despite the financial constraints, we'll make sure that we follow all those who attended with some honoraria. We'll find it.